All right, I will call this meeting of the Joint Interim Judiciary Committee to order. If our esteemed secretary would please take the roll.
Senator Harris.
Present.
Senator Pickard. Assemblywoman Krasner. Assemblywoman Marzola. Assemblywoman Nguyen. Assemblyman O'Neill.
Here.
Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong.
Here.
Chair Scheibel.
Here, and it looks like Assemblywoman Krasner is here as well. And if you could mark Senator Pickard excused. He is excused from this meeting. Assembly members Nguyen and Marzola will be joining us just as soon as possible if you'd mark them present when they arrive. And with that, I believe we have a quorum. Excellent. And that leads us into our very first agenda item. Before I start, I do want to make a couple of kind of housekeeping announcements. Those of you who have joined us at the Joint Interim Judiciary Committee before have heard them before, so I apologize if I bore you, but I think it's important for everybody to recognize that we do have a very packed agenda today, as we always do. I speak for the whole committee when I say we are very appreciative of everybody taking the time out of their schedule to be here. We also understand that it will result in more than a little bit of waiting for more than a few of you, and we appreciate your patience. In order to try to limit the delays, we do take a very short lunch break. The members of the committee will just leave very briefly, grab some food, and come back to the committee room. We try to take that break around 11:30 or 12, but try to time it so that it is a natural break in the presentations. We also try to be flexible with our presenters. If there are people who need to leave, or if you need to leave and come back and want to be moved later to the agenda, I do my very best to accommodate that. You just have to let me or the staff know. And we all have our phones up here. That's what we use them for. We're not scrolling TikTok. We're not on Instagram. We are using them to communicate with presenters who are coming up next, presenters who have questions or need to update slides, things like that. And by the same token, we do have a number of members present with us online. They all know that they are welcome to leave their cameras on, turn their cameras off. Sometimes it helps with the sound, and everybody can, get up to get a glass of water or go to the restroom or whatever they need during the presentation. So please don't be offended if you see somebody leaving the room. Just like you, they may not have been able to stand up in an hour or two. And so I think those are all of the announcements that I wanted to make everybody aware of. The committee also knows if they, miss something, they may ask a follow-up question in the committee. They may also follow up with you offline. And we are going to limit both the presentations and the questions today so that we have time to get through everybody. I'll give each member of the committee one bite at the apple to ask the questions that they have and any follow-ups. And then if other questions occur to them, we'll see how time is going. We've always been very collegial on this committee. We've never had a problem before with people being flexible if we have to stop discussion and move on to the next item, we'll just do that. I can already tell you that there are going to be a few things that we're going to take out of order. Our Return Strong members are here in the building today, and I know that a lot of them have jobs to get to and work to go to, which I know we all do. And I have agreed to allow them to present a little bit earlier in the agenda than we were planning on. And I also may be taking the audits before the presentation from the Department of Corrections, if my presenters are available to do that. But basically, we're going to start with public comment. Then we're going to skip the Juvenile Justice Oversight Commission today. We didn't have time to produce a updated agenda, but they'll not be presenting today. So we'll go from public comment into the discussion on the interim study. After the interim study, we will go to Return Strong, and then into all of the rest of our presentations from the Department of Corrections and the audits and public safety and the ACLU and sentencing policy and all of our fantastic guests today. And Assemblywoman Nguyen is also present for the record. All right. I think I've covered everything. We will go into public comment now. Public comment is 3 minutes per person. Is there anybody present in Las Vegas who wants to give public comment in person? Go ahead and come right up to this table where the 2 chairs are. I see somebody coming up. And just turn on the microphone. There's a button that says mic. You press that, it lights up your microphones on. And give us your name before you start, please.
Good morning. My name is Chris Cavello. I'm with Return Strong, and I'd like to give a comment about why I feel and Return Strong feels that we need prison oversight and accountability. I want to share with you the impact of the repeated price markups of basic necessities in the offender store and the lack of oversight by NDOC and what that has had on my family. The price of the items in the commissary have increased 8 times over the last year, despite the contracted vendor, Keith, only being allowed to raise prices once a year. I was sickened to learn that a recent audit of NDOC's fiscal processes outlined that over the course of the year, commissary prices netted the department over $5 million in profit. This is the profit that comes off of struggling Nevada families, as well as myself. I am currently helping to care for my grandchildren, who are now part of the statistic of children in the United States with incarcerated parents. Children with one parent incarcerated are more likely to have long-term physical and mental health concerns, lower lifetime earnings, and unstable living than those that do not. Your increases, or the NDOC's increases, and the commissions that NDOC are receiving not only affect me, but they do also affect my grandchildren. It's no secret that meals in the NDOC prison system are historically low nutritional value and in portion sizes. During lockdowns or periods of inadequate staffing, meals are sometimes not even served in certain places. Food purchased from the commissary is often the only supplemental nutrition that incarcerated individuals have access to. I don't know about you, but it would be rough to go to bed hungry. Have you ever received a letter from one of your children describing hunger pains and what it's like to go to bed hungry? I do hear it all the time. Imagine having to choose between supplementing nutrition and basic needs for your son or your child, my son in my instance, or buying diapers and nutritional items for my grandchildren. Not only are families bearing the financial and emotional burden of supplying food to their loved ones, but also basic necessities that NDOC has deemed to be a luxury. Inmates are given 1 roll of toilet paper per week. That may have changed, but that's how it was a month ago for my son. It's using more than 1 roll of toilet paper really a luxury. Imagine that your only bathing option is a shared shower area and aren't shower, sandals, a necessity for health reasons. Basic necessities are not luxuries. They're part of the 8th Amendment that require prison officials to adhere to evolving standards of decency. Nevada has formal regulations since 2010, yet 12 years later, in 2022, prices of commissary items remain unregulated, and why? By continuing to pass the cost of imprisoned individuals to families and loving ones in our Nevada communities, we continue to perpetuate the cycle of disadvantage. Not only does this perpetuate disadvantage in our communities, but within the prison system itself. Disadvantaged offenders are often limited to access to funds while struggling to purchase basic necessities such as food, clothing, and hygiene items. That creates tension within the prisons. Increased disparity and larger gaps between the haves and have-nots in the prisons continue to create a safety risk for offenders and your officers. By continuing,
You've reached 3 minutes. If you could just wrap up.
I certainly will. The cost of commissary items in Nevada are disproportionately higher than other prison communities. We are asking for prison oversight and accountability of these prices and the price increases.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in Las Vegas to give public comment in person? You guys don't have to wait for me to announce it each time. You can just fill in the seats as people finish, by the way.
Hi, Good morning. My name is Sonia Williams. I became an activist with Return Strong after the experience I went through with my daughter's father, who was incarcerated at High Desert State Prison. We're sharing our stories with you today to help you understand why we need oversight in the Nevada prisons. We have studied oversight bills in other states and realized that by protecting families, we can also address issues with lack of communication, respect, and humane treatment of our loved ones and all incarcerated persons in Nevada. I am going to share my story, but I want to be clear that this is not unique, not in Nevada. Let me begin. In 2019, Eric called me to tell me that he passed out in his cell and had blood in his stool and asked me to call and get him to the doctor. After nearly 2 years of medical requests and kites and calling family services, medical directors, admin, and Eric having to do a man down, Eric was finally taken to the emergency room in late June 2021. There he was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer with undiagnosed masses on his lung, kidney, and liver. Over the next 3 weeks, we had no idea how to even process the diagnosis, as no medical staff within the prison could offer any information regarding his diagnosis or treatment plan. I was forced to beg and plead with the prison for any information regarding Eric's medical care. At that point, my daughter had not seen her father for nearly 2 years due to COVID. Eric was in the infirmary at High Desert. He could barely hold the phone to have a conversation. I began asking the prison to honor a special visit. It became clear that he would not survive this, but while we were fighting for the compassionate release, I knew my daughter, Jacelyn, needed to see her dad. The prison made that process nearly impossible. Finally, they approved a visit. On Eric's 45th birthday, a little over a month after being diagnosed, and after a year and a half of not seeing him due to the pandemic, my daughter, who was 6 at the time, and I entered the visiting room. As I signed in at the front desk, my daughter saw her very ill father, handcuffed and shackled to the wheelchair, and she ran to him and gave him a hug. It happened so fast, I didn't even realize she had run to him until I saw the guards rush past me. There was no contact rule at that time, but the policy said that if children were being uncontrollable, they would have to leave. But she got no warning, and we were forced to leave. Eric was crying, and Jason was just confused. They did not make an exception for a terminally ill person who was handcuffed and shackled. This little girl just gave him a hug after not being able to see him for 2 years. Our visit was immediately terminated, and we were escorted from the visiting room. That was the last memory my daughter will have of her father. We were never able to visit again. They suspended our visits for 6 months and wrote him up on disciplinary charges, and he was still awaiting disciplinary determination regarding the hug when he died. I spent 6 months trying to get NDOC to follow their own policy for compassionate release, but that process is a maze and it's a race against the clock. With no help navigating it at all. Thankfully, I found Return Strong, who helped point me in the direction needed to get him a compassionate release and overcome the obstacles that were constantly thrown in our way. Eric was finally approved for compassionate release on December 9th. We were told by PMP that he'd be released by December 15th. However, 5 days before he was to be released, we were informed that NDOC had failed to notify the county commissioners of his pending release, and he had a new 45-day hold. In order
That's about 3 minutes,
Yeah.
if you can wrap up.
Yeah, that's
All right, thank you so much for your comments. And do we have anybody else in person in Las Vegas? I'm not seeing anybody else coming to the podium, so is there anybody in person in Carson City to give public comment? Assemblymember O'Neill, maybe you can help me out and let me know. Oh, never mind, I can see them now. The camera shifted. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Nicole Williams. I am an activist with Return Strong.
Just a little closer to your mouth.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
It's on.
It's on.
Yep, you're good.
I wasn't, okay. Okay, there we go. My name's Nicole Williams. I am also an activist with Return Strong, and I just want to read a brief statement in regards to oversight with the NDOC. When my place of employment was proactive in raising our pay rate 7% to help with the cost of inflation last month, I was so grateful. My first thought was this increase is going to help with my very tight budget. I don't qualify for any type of state assistance and live paycheck to paycheck, like so many other individuals that have incarcerated loved ones. Well, that 7% increase has helped me be able to send my loved one a little more money each month so he can buy commissary and add money to his phone time so he can call and talk to his children and his sick elderly mother. We'd love to go visit since we haven't been able to see him in a couple years due to COVID, but we financially are unable to do so. Oftentimes, I have to decide if I pay a bill, put money on his books, or save up for a quarterly package. The NDOC has increased store prices at least 6 times this past year, and me and other families are paying for it. At one point, he could get a decent amount of food and hygiene items for $50, but now that barely gets him anything. Let's not forget the fees. The fees to send money, fees to put money on the phone, fees to send packages. The list goes on and on. The NDOC made $14.2 million in profit that was reported during the audit that was published and is public record. That is insane. Why do our loved ones have to pay co-pays to see a doctor and pay room and board if they work prison industry jobs? I've looked at other neighboring states and researched their food prices and package cost, and they're so much lower than Nevada. Same vendor, too. I don't truly understand the greed. I literally go without so my loved one can go to sleep on a full stomach. We need to change legislation. My hard-earned money needs to go to my loved one and not the NDOC. In closing, I want to share a quote from Nelson Mandela. No one truly knows a nation until one has been inside its jails. A nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but its lowest ones. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel and committee members. My name is Nick Shepak, S-H-E-P-A-C-K. I am the State Deputy Director of the Fines and Fees Justice Center. FFJC is here today in support of Return Strong and our joint proposal for the implementation of regulations surrounding the cost of incarceration in the state of Nevada. We have submitted our proposal along with a preliminary report on the many costs associated with incarceration. The majority of the information in this report was received from a response to a public records request we submitted to NDOC. We want to thank the chair for the help in expediting the request, which we were originally told would not be made available until September. Last legislative session, this body unanimously passed an amended SB 22 with the goal of financially protecting the families of the incarcerated. While this was an extremely important first step, our research has found that the cost of incarceration in Nevada remains extremely high. The information we were provided shows a commissary markup of 66% on most commissary goods, including tampons, denture cream, vitamins, food, and clothing products. NDOC has the highest medical copay in the country and we were the only state in the nation not to waive that medical copay during the pandemic. For many who have institutional jobs, such as a barber or law library staff, a single medical visit can cost more than half a month's pay. These high costs discourage individuals from seeking medical care and lead to costly treatment down the line. Emergency medical care costs a man-down fee. That is at least $50 if a doctor is needed, although we have reports of more money being charged. Medical injuries from recreational activities or from self-harm often result in debt that follows an individual after incarceration. The debt can range from hundreds to hundreds of thousands of dollars as shown in the recent audits. This debt is often sent to collection agencies and debt is continued to be incurred at a time when individuals are the least likely to have access to financial resources. If they do have debt to the system when they release, that debt is taken out first from their savings. They are often released with a debit card with just $25 on it. These debit cards have a fee to use the debit card. They have a fee to not use the debit card. They have a fee to check the balance on the debit card. They have a fee to replace the debit card. They are fees that we do not see in any other financial system. The general fund needs to be funding our system, our prison system, not the families of the incarcerated. We are working hard to develop a more robust report and explore how other states handle these issues. If you have any questions regarding our report, I'll be available here after the Return Strong, and you all know how to reach me via phone and email. I implore you to read our preliminary report, listen to the impacted members of Return Strong, and work with us to find evidence-based solutions to address these costs of incarceration. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair Scheibel, members of the committee. Tanya Brown, Advocates for the Inmates and the Innocent. Over the past few decades, I, along with advocates Pat Hines, Flo Jones, Michelle Ravel, and others, have worked on making changes for the lives of the inmates offenders better. Laws were created that were instrumental in helping the offenders. With the help of the Advisory Commission on the Administration of Justice, we advocates, through the public comment, were able to have our voices heard. We presented our good ideas to the committee. Our ideas were heard. The ACAJ established the grounds in submitting a recommendation to a committee. A recommendation submitted to them did not have to be placed on an agenda and presented. If the idea was a good idea, it did not matter where the idea came from, even if it came from a public comment. At the time the person is making the public comment, the committee is aware that it is now being presented to the committee. When it is presented to them and then it's heard and vetted to the committee under the public comment, the committee would accept recommendations from those appearing before them under the public comment. Recommendations were discussed just as though they had been placed on the agenda and presented to the committee. Some of the recommendations passed and became law that were submitted under the public comment, some did not. Some would be picked up by our legislators and passed and became law. One of the things that we advocates fought for was to have an independent oversight committee. It took years, but we were successful in 2011 when SB 201 passed. However, the bill was changed from an oversight committee to having an ombudsman under the Office of the Attorney General's. In 2012, I brought this to the attention of the ACAJ that passing the SB 201 had not been implemented as of yet. Mr. Kant was asked why he had not been implemented, and he said it was due to the lack of funding. About 3 years ago, I decided to look into SB 201 to see if it had been implemented. It had not. I called him. I called the Attorney General's office, and I spoke to DAG Christine Jones Brady. She was not aware of SB 201. We talked and made arrangements to sit down to discuss the ombudsman bill, how it could work, but due to conflicting schedules on her part and my part, we were unable to have a meeting set at that time. Then the pandemic hit, and I sustained an injury, and I forgot about the SB 201 until a post from Return Strong appeared across my Facebook page regarding their organization wanting to get an independent oversight committee in NDOC. At this time, I would like to thank Return Strong for that post because it reminded me that I had dropped the ball. I do not know if the Attorney General's office actually has the funding to pay for the ombudsman or if there's something that needs to be funded for the 2023 legislature. I ask this committee to consider the agenda items that are being presented to you today and future agenda items and think about SB 201, how valuable funding it would be for SB 201 would be not only to the offenders but the taxpayers as well. And I will read you the bill that passed in 2011. The Attorney General may establish a program for mediating complaints from an offender concerning A, administrative act which is alleged to be contrary to law or policy of the department. B, significant issues that relating to health or safety of offenders and other matters for which there is no effective administrative remedy. 2, if the Attorney General establishes a program for mediating complaints pursuant to subsection 1, the Attorney General shall A, by regulation, establish procedures for mediating complaints by offenders, and B, prepare and submit the board an annual report on 1, complaints mediated through the program, 2, a total dollar amount of claims asserted in the complaints mediated through the program, 3, the number of complaints that resolved through the program.
And that,
4.
that brings you to 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Excuse me. Is there anybody else in Carson City?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Hello, my name is Nevada Jackson. I am 13 years old and I am an activist at Return Strong. I was supposed to go on vacation with my grandma this week, but when I found out that we were going to be coming here to talk about things that are so important to me, I asked my grandma to change our vacation because I think it is important to stand up for what is right and to stand up and to stand up with other families who are going through the same problems, because we really are stronger together. The past few years have been really hard. The pandemic changed so many things, but one of the worst things was worrying about my dad. He's in prison in Nevada. I worried about him so much and would hear the stories of how badly people were suffering. It made dealing with everything even harder. I really struggled with feelings of fear, depression, because I didn't know if he was safe or not. And I didn't know when I could see him again. I remember the first time that I got to hug him again. I didn't want to let go and I started crying. I guess what I really want you all to know today is that no matter who your family is or what they might have done wrong, we still love each other and need each other, and that should never be taken away from us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Desiree Miller. I'd like to tell you some of the challenges in providing for loved ones while they are incarcerated. Cost is the number one issue that families have, as it affects our ability to communicate, have funds for commissary, or even just to go visit. For our loved ones, communication is extremely important. It keeps them connected to the outside world that most of them will be returning to. It gives them hope and something positive to focus on. The cost of phone calls is absolutely ridiculous, and with the price we pay, they are not even reliable. Many times the phone systems don't even work because of the high costs we we are not able to communicate as often as we'd like. Even for the short time we do have, we have to sacrifice our own we have to sacrifice our own needs to provide for that communication. Commissary items are already high priced, and in the last year, they've been increased multiple times. NDOC is making a profit off of us, and that's not right. This means having to send even more money to support our loved ones. This ridiculous and increased cost of phone calls and commissary makes it difficult to be able to visit our loved ones. We have to make a choice to provide those funds or to go visit, rarely being able to go at all. Personally, as a single mom of 2 kids, I work hard to provide for my kids and everything they need, as well as my loved one. I have severe medical issues and that's made it even more difficult to be able to provide for my loved one. I have to work overtime, cut things out for myself. And have you ever had to tell a child that they can't visit or talk to their dad because there just isn't enough money? That should never happen, but yet it does. No matter how hard we work, how much we sacrifice to be able to provide, the system takes advantage of it. These costs need to become more reasonable, and changes need to be made. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Scheibel and members of the committee. My name is Chris Leninger. I'm the captain with the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office, currently in charge of the detention center. I'd just like to make a few comments on mental health issues in our detention center and some of the challenges we face. First of all, the growing number of people that are being booked in and charged with offenses and the mental health issues they present is a challenge in itself. One of the biggest things that we see is when a person is going through the court process and is found incompetent to stand trial. Once we get the court order to get them placed into Lakes Crossing, what we're seeing is a wait time of between 6 months and a year to get them into a facility and a bed available. In the meantime, a lot of our rural agencies, our detention centers are not built to handle people with mental health issues that are severe. It's a challenge with personnel and holding. One person in our facility could shut down one of my blocks for 6 months to a year and make arrangements for other inmates difficult. We'd like to see more funding to the Lake Crossing Center or even a facility built for the rules for individuals that need to go into a secure facility to be found competent to stand trial. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Kira Harrison, and I'm here with Return Strong, and I'm going to speak about the costs of incarceration and share my own story. I will start with the fact that this case my loved one is currently incarcerated for occurred in the past, and it wasn't a current crime. It occurred while my loved one was struggling with addiction. He had completely turned his life around and has remained sober to this day since May 2019. My loved one became incarcerated for this crime in November 2021 after being told he would not go back to prison and he would receive probation. Before this tragic situation occurred, our family had finally become self-sufficient and had pulled ourselves completely out of poverty as we both are in recovery from addiction. Together, we raised above our addictions, homeless, jobless, and hopeless way of life. We were finally living with no state assistance. Our family lived in transitional housing for 3 years and were working very hard to rebuild our lives. We finally were able to move into our first home the same exact day as his sentencing. Talk about a punch in the stomach as we worked extremely hard to accomplish this goal. My loved one was the main provider and had steady employment to provide for his now family. Our family includes 5 children. 4 out of the 5 are in our physical custody. When he was sentenced to prison, that put all financial responsibilities in raising our children onto me. I am now a single mother to 4 children. This prison sentence has thrown me back into poverty. I do work a full-time job to ensure our family keeps everything we have worked so hard to obtain, and most of all, stability for our children. On top of what we call normal living expenses, I also have to make sure my loved one is taken care of while he is incarcerated with NDOC. NDOC has raised the commissary in their prisons up to 60%, which takes from the families whom are providing and ensuring our incarcerated loved ones have what they need to survive while in the care of NDOC. Do they realize Do you realize NDOC is making a serious profit off the families? Do you realize what this does to the families trying to survive in an already crazy expensive world? The direct result is it makes families of the incarcerated have to choose between paying their normal expenses to survive, maintain stability, or receiving a phone call from their loved one, ensuring their loved one has enough to eat, ensure your loved one has clothes and proper shoes to wear, and so much more. I live paycheck to paycheck as it is. One paycheck doesn't even cover the entire rent. When I get paid, I have to constantly make the decision to pay my bills on time or be able to put money on the phone account so our children and I can speak to our loved one regularly. The emotional and mental effect this has on our children is tremendous because our older children see their mothers struggling to keep a roof over their head, the lights on, and the fear to ever be homeless again, even though I'm working so hard. Before he became incarcerated, he put all his hard work and dedication into providing us with a beautiful, stable life, and now our children and I want to make sure he is taken care of the way he needs to be, the way he takes care of us when he is home working and providing for his family. The cost of commissary and the lack of proper food within NDOC is absolutely sickening. Why is NDOC making a profit while I am choosing between survival? That simply seems unfair to me and to many other families. Now that I have shared with you the significant impact of the cost of incarceration and the financial, emotional, and mental impact it has on families of the incarcerated, we at Return Strong kindly ask the legislators of Nevada to please immediately intervene and stop all markups and profits that NDOC is making from the hardworking families within our state. There are thousands of families struggling to make ends meet and care for their loved ones whom are incarcerated.
You're at about 3 minutes now, if you could wrap up.
The profit that NDOC is making from the families of the incarcerated is not right. NDOC is not a business. It is, in fact, state-funded correctional centers and desperately needs to be operated as that. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Scheibel. For the record, my name is Kevin Ramft, AFSCME Local 4041. We represent correctional peace officers in the state of Nevada for the Nevada Department of Corrections. This type of hearings are a long time coming. They need to be more of this oversight to really work with the Department of Corrections and, of course, AFSCME Local 4041 and other groups that really have a say in this matter. In this regard, agenda item number 5. Today's presentation, of course, in regards to what NDOC will be providing is just a small segment of what's really going on in the Department of Corrections. There's a lot of safety issues in regards to the staffing shortage, and that's really what we want to talk about today. We can't go into various details of what safety concerns are happening, but really there's a lot of details that need to be said, and I don't know if it's in a closed-door meeting or what needs to happen, but at the end of the day, our correctional officers are at risk, and therefore inmates are at risk. So it really has a lot of individuals reaching out saying a problem is happening within the Department of Corrections. Now is the time. Recruitment. Staff shortages are a major problem. A lot of officers are going to other agencies. They only stay with the Department of Corrections for a very short time. Now is the time. We have to do something. Recruitment, whether that be more money to go in towards recruitment, we need to start filling these extremely large vacancies. Stop being a training ground for other agencies. We need to start showing professionalism within this department. The officers feel like they're going there and they're just being ridiculed. They can't do anything right. There's a lot of good officers, a lot of good administrators, but there are a few that just make it to where it's just not a very safe employment to work for. So we can't keep people. And right now the overtime is so severe that it just causes extreme exhaustion for these correctional officers. The time is now. All I can tell you is other agencies are paying 100% towards their PERS. We have to start looking at areas that really can make a big difference, and that's going to be ultimately at the end of the day bringing up these correctional officers' pay so they really want to stay. They want to be valued. Work in these communities, not other states, not other counties, not other cities. The time is now. Let's start looking at this. Let's work together with the Department of Corrections, this committee, the 2023 legislative session. And again, we respect the opportunity to do this. We were asked to do a presentation due to people being on vacation. That did not happen. So again, I just want to do public comment. With that being said, I can tell you that Department of Corrections is not the only agency that has staff shortages. Other agencies have extremely short-staffed as well. But Department of Corrections really brings in the safety concerns. And again, the time is now. Safety, safety, safety. Let's bring up these officers' pay. Let's make them feel like they're belong to a professional agency, and we want to look forward to making that happen. We want to look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Now you can hear me? Thank you. My name is Ann Cox. I'm a resident of Comstock Mobile Home Park, a senior park in Carson City. I'll give you some introduction. During the 2015 session of the Nevada Legislature, Senate Bill 29 became law granting counties limited functional home rule. That is, a limited form of the authority to pass ordinances and act upon matters of local concern that are not governed by state or federal laws. Of note, this writer finds evidence of Senate Bill 29 created, but following that, no action except for salvage rights granted to DMV. To state my request for rent stabilization in Nevada senior parks, I submit the following. The residents of Comstock Mobile Home Park have again, on July 1st, been given notice that their space rent will be increased in 90 days, October the 1st of this year. The park has 260, plus or minus, paying spaces of various sizes and assorted lot size rental fees. Space rents run from $500 to $625 presently. Of importance, every 2 years, the Allen family has raised the space rent. This time, the raise was only 21 months from the last raise and made a total raise of $70 per space in 21 months. Comstock Mobile Park is filled with seniors who will now suffer an increased burden with yet another space rent raise. Sadly, there is no Nevada revised statute or no advocate with any clout to help us seniors. The only agency who receives complaints and gathers information from around Nevada is the Department of Business and Industry, Nevada Housing Division, 1830 College Parkway here in town. The staff at that agency, including the Las Vegas staff, is very helpful, but the staff has always told me there is no Nevada revised statute to limit any type of rent raise. The owners of mobile home parks and RV parks can raise the rent to whatever they wish, whenever they wish. We have heard that our raises are similar to other parks. However, that only means that seniors elsewhere in the thousands are experiencing financial hardship. In researching this financial issue, I have found similar raised rents, many very large increases in all senior residential parks. Those would include RV parks. In all of these cases, it was found that most seniors are existing on Social Security funds and occasionally a retirement fund as their only sources of income. Subsidies are available, but they are really humiliating in their nature and are used only in extreme cases. I believe it is
You've reached 3 minutes, if you could wrap up.
Pardon me?
That's 3 minutes. You've reached 3 minutes.
I believe it is a fair economic request by Nevada seniors to request a senior rent stabilization statute. Many seniors fall under the national poverty level. I submit that we need a home rule order or other order or bill limiting senior rents. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see anybody else in Carson City coming to the table to give public comment. Oh, yes, I do. All right, go ahead.
My name is Angela, and I am from Carson City. I would just like to share a little bit of my story and why I think there needs to be oversight on some of the medical care in NDOC. I was an inmate at Florence McClure Women's Correction Center in 2009. I also did 3 months at NNCC before they transferred us to the women's prison. Sorry. While I was at NNCC, well, before that, before I got sentenced to prison, I had been on an antidepressant for at least 10 years. When I was in NNCC, they did not give me my antidepressant or my anti-anxiety medication, which neither one were narcotic. I ended up spending 3 months in a cell by myself because all the other girls had already been transferred out. I was off my antidepressant. I was off my anti-anxiety medication. I spent 3 months with no fresh air. I pushed the medical button, and I will tell you, we were in the infirmary. I pushed the medical button to get some attention because I felt like I was starting to have a panic attack. My panic attacks are very, very severe. They told me that they would send somebody. They never did. I pushed the button at least 12 times. Nobody ever came, and eventually they just stopped answering. I just feel like if there was more attention on the medical care, that there would be less outbreaks in the prison because, yes, I became very angry. I wasn't on my medication, and nobody came to even check on me. So you can imagine what no fresh air, no medication, someone abruptly stopping their medication can do to somebody with their mental health. So something needs to change, and I hope to see some oversight on that situation. Thank you.
All right, not seeing anybody else to give public comment in person, we will move to the phone lines. BPS, is there anybody online or, sorry, on the phone to give public comment?
Thank you, Chair. To provide public comment, please press *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Anne Marie Grant, Advocates for the Inmates and the Innocent. Good morning. I would like to request that you support our recommendations for the inmates and the innocent, particularly our petition for factual innocence posthumously. I'd like to reference Ray Cronin exoneree's letter that was submitted to the former ACAJ in 2020. He wrote, "I don't ask you to imagine what those 10 years in prison were like for me. I want you to imagine what they'd be like for you. If it were your son or daughter serving time for a crime they didn't commit, at what point would you stop fighting to clear their name?" There is a stigma that comes along with being a family member of someone that has been wrongfully convicted. Think about Mr. DeMarlo, Barry, and others who have been exonerated. Had they passed away before they were exonerated, would it have been right to deny them their exoneration? Anne Marie Grant, as a public citizen, sister of Thomas Purdy, murdered by Reno police in Washoe County Sheriff's Office, October 8, 2015. I would just like to mention that 20 community members have died during interactions with police since June of 2021 to December of 2021. Most recently in Las Vegas, 50-year-old Rainer Sommer was asphyxiated to death on 10/18/2021 by LVMPD. Per my last conversation with his daughter, Taylor, the family has not been provided any body cam footage. We have public records laws, so I'm kind of confused why the family hasn't been given those body cam footage. Again, I'd like you to support the Advocates for the Inmates recommendations, and thank you for your hard work.
It seems Ms. Grant's phone may have cut out. Or maybe she was finished. Is there anybody else on the phone to give public comment? Oh, you're finished. Okay, sorry. Can we have the next caller, please?
Of course, Chair. One moment.
Hi, good morning. Excuse me. My name is Kathy. My 27-year-old son is incarcerated at Stewart Camp, and I'm here in support of Return Strong. I want to share two different medical incidents that the NDOC have allowed to occur. My son has several heart conditions, one being Brugada syndrome, which is a sudden death cardiac arrest. He has an implanted defibrillator and a pacer. Back in March, his defibrillator went off, causing him to have a grand mal seizure. With witness accounts, he laid on the floor for over 20 minutes, aspirating his own vomit, while medical argued among themselves of how to transport him back to the clinic. After 3 hours in the clinic, he was transferred via ambulance to the hospital. He was placed on a ventilator to sustain his life. He was on life support for 9 days. 6 days into his ventilator, I finally got notice, only because I knew something was wrong and I pushed hard for information from the medical director. The first words we were told on day 6, his diagnosis was that he was in grave condition. The second incident was in May. He was brought over to NNCC for a scheduled visit. Officer on duty told him to walk through the metal detector. He politely told the officer that he had an implanted device and he was not able to go through the detector due to it would produce an unneeded shock to his heart. The officer stated, quote, and excuse my language, either walk through the metal detector or go to the fucking hole, unquote. He walked through, he got shocked, and he continued to get shocked throughout the day. This causes undue stress and irreversible muscle damage, causing long-term negative effects on his already sick heart. The NDOC has caused irreparable damage to his already sick heart with no accountability. The NDOC has done little to nothing to educate their staff. It is cruel and unusual punishment to subject any inmate with medical neglect. Families and loved ones should have the right to be notified of imminent death or severe illnesses. Denying any inmate medical care that is not up to industry standards is criminal. Every inmate deserves prompt, appropriate, reasonable medical care. The NDOC has little to no regard for the inmates' lives. This is one reason why the NDOC needs an independent oversight committee. Thank you.
For any callers who have just joined, we are on public comment. Please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits, 169, you are unmuted and may begin.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. This is Julia Ratty. I first say a warm hello to all of you. I'm here to make public comment today on item number 4 regarding the crisis response call centers. I'm the chair of the Washoe Regional Behavioral Health Board, though I would note that I'm here today speaking as an individual because the board has not taken a position. And I am the Director of Programs and Projects at the Washoe County Health District, where we are working with a community coalition working towards standing up a reformed crisis response system. First of all, I want to thank the legislature for all of the work in the last session to move towards this model. I'll remind everybody that what we need to be successful is a system of care for somebody who's experiencing a crisis that includes that high-touch and high-tech call center that can do text, chat, and phone calls. Then someone to go to them if they can't be stabilized, so the mobile crisis teams, which I think you'll be focusing on today. And finally, for those who can't be stabilized, a crisis stabilization center with a living room model. In all of these settings, we're looking for a best practice of using both behavioral health professionals and peers to make sure that individuals who are experiencing a behavioral health crisis response have the care of folks who are working within the behavioral health system. We also recognize that we need good trained individuals working within law enforcement for those calls that require a public safety response. I'm here to report there's been some great progress. July 16th will be an exciting day when 988 goes live. We will have, we were very thankful to the Interim Finance Committee for the funding that was allocated to support several aspects of the system, but specifically the 4 crisis response centers that will be stood up in the next year. And we're very excited to see more work happening on the mobile crisis teams, and specifically a planning grant that the state has to continue to work on standing up mobile crisis teams. So I'm just here to urge the Committee on Judiciary to do everything that they can to support those working in the field of health and human services to stand up this model so that we can divert more folks from emergency rooms, but of course also divert folks from jails and prisons. We would like to see our behavioral health folks experiencing behavioral health challenges get the behavioral health services they need. Again, thanks so much for your work, and I hope you're all doing well.
Chair, your line is open and working. However, there are no more callers to provide public comment at this time.
All right, thank you so much. I think that that last comment from Senator Ratty, who it is so nice to have with us again, is the perfect transition into our next agenda item. As I mentioned before, we won't be addressing agenda item number 3. We will be going to agenda item number 4, which is a conversation about crisis response call centers. And I'm going to hand it over to our partners at NCSL, Ms. Bryan, to lead us through that conversation.
All right, is everybody able to see my slides?
We're able to see it here in Las Vegas.
Okay, excellent. Good morning, Chair Scheibel and members of the committee. My name is Kate Bryan, and I'm a policy analyst with the National Conference of State Legislatures. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for inviting me to speak with you today. For those who might be unfamiliar with NCSL, we are a nonprofit bipartisan organization whose members include legislators and legislative staff in all 50 states, DC, and the US territories. One of our goals is to provide legislatures with information and research about policy issues, both at the state and federal level. I would like to start by underscoring the current nexus between law enforcement, behavioral health, and the criminal justice system. A person experiencing a mental health crisis is more likely to encounter law enforcement than to receive treatment or crisis intervention. Law enforcement can spend up to 1/5 of their time responding to and transporting individuals with mental illness to emergency departments or jails. People with mental illness are 4 to 6 times more likely to be incarcerated when compared to the general population. I'm going to be focusing on front-end alternatives. On my slide here, I'm sharing with you the sequential intercept model that was developed by Policy Research Associates. It's used to look systemically and think systemically about alternative responses and points of connection to treatment across the justice system. And while this model is useful when looking at opportunities to connect individuals to treatment throughout the criminal justice process, I will be discussing front-end alternatives under Intercept 0, that is before an individual becomes justice involved, and under Intercept 1 before an individual is arrested. In recent years, state lawmakers have been working to further efforts to connect justice system stakeholders and health system stakeholders with the goal of linking systems and better leveraging resources across sectors. Today, I'll be covering alternative models of response and connection to treatment while focusing on a few state legislative examples. As of 2021, 25 states and the District of Columbia have some form of codified alternative response, often referred to as deflection or pre-arrest diversion, for individuals who are experiencing a mental or behavioral health crisis. Some states have appropriated funds for pilot or grant programs, while other states have created substantive legislative frameworks for specific programmatic models. These alternative models or deflection programs are designed to reroute individuals away from justice system involvement prior to arrest or contact with law enforcement. More often than not, these models or programs are developed at the local level, but on occasion, state law does play a role. Even in states with legislation authorizing programs statewide, the exact elements of each model are unique to each community based on what local resources are available and which local stakeholders are involved in the program. I'll provide broad definitions and examples for each of these models, but much like local programs, state legislation is also unique. Nationally, deflection is growing, both in terms of actual programs that are operating, as well as in relation to state legislative interest. Surveys of deflection programs recently conducted by the Center for Health and Justice give us a better picture of the types of programs currently in operation across the country. To begin, most programs are relatively new, with many coming into existence around 2016. The majority of these programs are administered by or led by law enforcement agencies. More than half facilitate warm handoffs or direct connections to treatment for individuals, and 65% further facilitate engagement in treatment by providing for transportation to a client's first appointment. Now, I've linked the surveys in the slide, and you can click through to explore and learn more about these programs beyond these few key highlights that I've touched on this morning. Now I will discuss some specific models and provide relevant state legislative examples. The first model we will look at is crisis intervention teams, or CITs. Crisis intervention teams are composed of experienced law enforcement officers who volunteer to receive specialized training to respond to mental health calls. These officers are dispatched to mental health calls or can assist other law enforcement officers who are not CIT trained. This model is one of the most commonly addressed in state law, and we will see that CITs are being expanded in some instances to include other responders. At least 27 states and the District of Columbia have laws requiring officers to be trained to respond to mental health, substance use, and behavioral disorder issues. In 2021, Kentucky enacted House Bill 44. Prior to this legislation, Kentucky already had crisis intervention team training in place for law enforcement, but this legislation expands training to include firefighters. Montana expanded the types of stakeholders who can utilize grant funds for crisis intervention to include advocacy groups, as well as mental health and community providers, in addition to law enforcement. With the enactment of Senate Bill 722, New Jersey created the ARRIVE pilot program, which facilitates accessible crisis intervention, mental health screening, or other support for individuals experiencing a mental health crisis who have contacted or are engaging with law enforcement. As you can see from these examples, states are working to diversify responses to include non-law enforcement participants. Now, as I mentioned, states continue to work on diversifying responses, which is reflected in the expansion of the next program model I'm going to cover, which is co-response teams. These are teams comprised of trained law enforcement officers and mental health professionals who respond to mental health calls collaboratively and generally work together for an entire shift, riding in the same car. State examples we can look at are Virginia, Washington, and Colorado. Virginia codified community care teams in 2020, which are defined as a team of mental health service providers and law enforcement officers, with the mental health service provider leading these teams to help stabilize individuals in crisis situations. Similarly, Washington established co-response programs in 2022 and specified in statute that funds appropriated for such programs are to be used to develop best practices, as well as recommendations and model training curriculum relevant to first responders and behavioral health professionals working on co-response teams. Looking at Colorado, the state initially authorized co-response programs in 2017. Programs now exist in 44 of Colorado's 64 counties. Senate Bill 207 appropriated funding to support a crisis response system that includes creating opportunities for mental health professionals to be embedded with first responders. Outcome data from the most recent fiscal year shows that of the calls in which a co-response team was dispatched, only 2.5% resulted in arrest. In more than 4,700 calls, the co-responder remained on scene while law enforcement was able to return to patrol activities. And just under 9,000 calls resulted in a voluntary disposition to treatment or another community-based resource. Here we turn to mobile crisis teams. These teams are non-law enforcement-based responses and include mental health professionals with specialized training to help stabilize an individual during crisis situations or other circumstances, such as people experiencing problems related to mental health, depression, poverty, homelessness, or substance use. Utah, by passing House Bill 32, instituted mobile crisis teams in 2020. The teams can be dispatched by the statewide crisis line or the warm line. The warm line is staffed by peer specialists who have received training in navigating mental health or substance abuse issues. Oregon likewise created mobile crisis teams through legislative action. Teams in Oregon can be dispatched by a crisis hotline center or by way of 988, which is the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Some local mobile crisis models, such as Denver's Support Team Assisted Response or STAR program, can also be initiated through the 911 system. Lastly, we will look at crisis stabilization centers. These are facilities that serve as alternatives to jail or emergency departments, where law enforcement or other responders can take individuals experiencing a mental health crisis. We can again turn to the legislative examples in Utah and Oregon. Utah's House Bill 32 requires the Division of Substance Abuse and Mental Health to administer a grant program for the development of behavioral health receiving centers. Oregon's House Bill 2417 establishes a minimum set of requirements regarding how crisis centers are to be staffed and services that are to be offered. The statutory language not only addresses services in the acute phase of a mental health or behavioral health crisis, but also provides for follow-up care. Furthermore, in 2017, Arkansas Senate Bill 136 authorized and developed the framework for operating regional crisis stabilization units across the state. 4 units funded by the state now exist regionally. Earlier, I mentioned that deflection programs are relatively new. However, there is some preliminary data on the efficacy of these programs. These are some figures that were compiled by the Council of State Governments in collaboration with the Bureau of Justice Assistance. The Tucson Crisis Intervention Model was correlated with a decrease in the need for SWAT deployments for suicidal barricaded subjects. The number of SWAT calls decreased from an average of 14 annually to 2.8 annually. Data from the Arlington, Massachusetts co-response model demonstrated that 65% of co-response calls resulted in de-escalation as well as the individual being provided with follow-up care or a referral to a provider. 39% of calls routed to the Salt Lake City Mobile Crisis Team were the result of calls or referrals from law enforcement. In 2017, 90% of those in contact with the outreach team were diverted from inpatient and emergency room visits. In Johnson County, Kansas, the Crisis Stabilization Center interacted with 9,427 people from April 2014 to July 2019. Half of these individuals would have otherwise not accessed services or treatment. And in terms of diversion, just over 3,000 individuals were diverted away from the emergency department, and just over 400 were diverted away from jail. I have linked resources throughout the slides, but additional resources can be found here. And with that, my colleagues and I are happy to take questions.
All right, thank you so much. Can we just get a quick introduction, since we are in a virtual format, of who's here to answer questions?
Sure. Again, my name is Kate Bryan, Policy Analyst with National Conference of State Legislatures.
And Chair Scheibel, I'll jump in. I'm Amber Widgery. I'm a program principal with the National Conference of State Legislatures, and I'll let my colleague Tammy introduce herself. We also have folks from Policy Research Associates and also Colorado Representative Herod as well. So we can do questions now, or we can do questions at the end, whatever is most convenient for the committee.
Thank you, Amber.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Chair Scheibel. My name is Tammy Hill, and I'm a Senior Policy Specialist with NCSL's Health Program. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much for being here. Let's go ahead and finish up the presentations, and then we'll do all the questions afterwards.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Chair Scheibel. And I think we'll go to Ashley and then Representative Herod.
Good morning, Chair Scheibel, members of the committee, and thank you for inviting me to speak with you today. My name is Ashley Kreider, and I work for Policy Research Associates, which is based outside of Albany, New York. For those that are not familiar with PRA, we are a national leader in behavioral health, and we provide technical assistance, training, research, and policy evaluation focused on several content areas, including mental health and substance use, homelessness, veterans and their families, income supports, and the adult and juvenile justice systems. Today, I was asked by NCSL to talk about what we know about what works regarding crisis response models, specifically those that minimize contact with law enforcement through a co-responder or alternative response. So I'm going to highlight several additional jurisdictions that have evaluated their programs and had successful outcomes across a variety of factors. I also have a colleague present virtually, Regina Herder, who can help answer questions about the Denver STAR model, as I know there's particular interest in that program. She previously served as the executive director of the Denver Office of Behavioral Health Strategies and Crime Prevention and Control Commission, and still lives in Denver and is quite familiar with their model. So why alternative response? First, I just want to briefly set the foundation as to why jurisdictions are interested in alternative response models. We know that individuals with mental illness and disabilities and people of color represent a disproportionate number of people arrested and jailed each year. We also know that utilizing police and the criminal justice system or emergency rooms as the default response for individuals with mental needs, or with needs, related to homelessness, poverty, and untreated mental health and substance use is a very costly and often ineffective system. So instituting a more relevant response option has the additional benefit of freeing up officers' time so they can redirect their efforts where they can be most impactful. We also know that people call 911 for a variety of situations, and there's research from multiple studies to show that between a quarter and 2/3 of the 911 calls involving disorder, mental health, and non-criminal complaints could be directed to mental health crisis experts and other sorts of civilian first responders with more relevant expertise. So to summarize kind of the general state of the research, and this was echoed earlier by Kate, despite the widespread interest, we know that there is not a lot of quantitative, rigorous evaluation for these models, specifically randomized controlled trials. We also know that there is a wide variety of implementation models, as you've already heard today, and that is not necessarily a negative element due to the fact that communities are very different. Obviously, a more rural community has quite different populations and needs potentially than an urban setting. So all of that adding to a wide variety of models, though difficult to summarize research. Most of the existing research now does surround crisis intervention team training, or CIT, and I believe you'll hear a little bit more about that later. There is a body of research around the co-responder model, in particular linking law enforcement with behavioral health staff. And that shows that the co-responder model can reduce transports to emergency departments when people do not need that level of care, also increase service access and engagement, and save law enforcement and other first responders both time and funding. And obviously, those sorts of interactions between the public and first responders with more specialized expertise tend to be less threatening, less stigmatizing as well. So the first model I would like to highlight is probably the one that most folks are familiar with. That is Cahoots out of Eugene, Oregon. And that is one of the models that has really a track record since 1989 of being effective. Their conservative estimate is that they divert about 5 to 8% of calls from police. And using data from 2020 with over 17,000 calls, Cahoots staff needed to call the police in only 311 cases for backup. So 311 compared to that over 17,000 number. And in most cases, those calls for backup were due to Cahoots responding to calls that would be typically more police-centric, like a criminal trespass, versus other sorts of Cahoots-centric calls like welfare, public assistance, things like that. They also highlight that there have been 0 staff injuries caused by clients. Cahoots also has looked at cost savings data due to the lower cost of their program versus the traditional police or fire department response. And they have estimated that it saves taxpayers about $8.5 million in public safety spending and an additional $14 million in EMS costs such as ambulance transport and ER services. They've also calculated savings around Medicare costs. The second model is the STAR model that was already mentioned today out of Denver. And there are a couple of evaluations available based on the STAR model. The first is a 6-month pilot that was most recently evaluated through a Stanford study. The other one is a 1-year of operation study in which almost 1,400 calls were served by STAR. They showed that the response time from the STAR team versus the traditional law enforcement response was faster to these sorts of calls. And they also transported more frequently to community-based services versus emergency departments or jails when compared to Denver PD response. So that Stanford study that was just released looks at the first 6 months of operation. And I want to highlight a couple of things from that study. Interestingly, they looked at drops in low-level crimes in both pre and post-STAR implementation. Those are crimes such as trespassing, public disorder, other sorts of things. And there was saw a 34% drop in those low-level crimes when STAR was in operation. So that is about 1,400 fewer low-level criminal offenses. And those were attributed both to STAR responding as opposed to law enforcement, which naturally led to less citations and arrests, but also to actual reductions in crime, which is an important distinction. Interestingly, there was also notable evidence for what was termed spillover benefits. So reduction, again, of these low-level crimes, even when the STAR program was inactive, so outside of STAR hours of operation, as it's not 24/7. And then they also looked at cost savings. So STAR is roughly 4 times cheaper to operate than the traditional, again, law enforcement criminal justice response process. And I also have data as of last Friday. So this is the entire length that STAR has been operational. They've had just under 5,000 calls for service, and none of those calls required assistance of Denver police for safety reasons, which is one of the first questions, I think, when we're looking at different response models. Also going to highlight a model out of San Francisco, their street crisis response team, which was created through city and county legislation. In year one, they received 5,300 calls, and that equaled about 41% of the mentally disturbed persons or the mental health related call code from police. Their goal is to divert 100% of those calls, as well as to expand to other call types. And within that number, only 3% of calls required a police response. And then again, within that 3%, only 69% of those were nonviolent and did not require restraint. So again, pointing towards that small level of calls that required a police response in addition to SCR and potentially had a violent interaction. And you can see in this chart here, the number of calls that has grown over the year since SCR has been active. This study also looked at the number of involuntary holds that were necessary for mental health. Only 7% of the calls that SCR responded to. And within that 7%, again, a small number, 27% of involuntary holds due to the fact that the person may pose a danger to others. The other rest of the percentages were folks that were either gravely disabled or potentially danger to themselves. So kind of reiterating that point. There was also a faster response time due to the fact that this is a dedicated response to crisis calls versus police department for similar priority calls. In Portland, Oregon, there was a one-year evaluation available of their program. They responded to 903 incidents, and 91% of those would have been traditionally responded to by police. The other 9% would have been by fire or ambulance. And of those 903 incidents, 89% of calls required no additional co-response, so no additional police or fire or ambulance services. There were 0 client arrests in this year one evaluation, and only 3% of individuals needed to be transported to the hospital, but were able to access lower levels of care. Interestingly, also due to this program's follow-up capacity and case management services, there were 9 clients during this year that obtained permanent housing due to their engagement with PSR. And I also would like to point out that PSR has a really robust database available on their website with outcome data, and you can look at that dashboard for more information. New York City's model is the Be Heard, and they have a 6-month pilot available. About 22-23% of mental health coded calls to 911 are routed to Be Heard, and they've seen similar percentages after that 6-month pilot. Generally, this model has resulted in fewer hospitalizations and, again, more linkages and engagement in community-based care, which we know is cheaper and better for the person that doesn't need that high level of care. Within that 684 cases, the Be Heard team requested police assistance only 34 times. And of that 34, 32 were to transport someone to the hospital versus only 2 incidences of safety concerns. And again, similar Q1 of 2022 data, less people transported to a hospital than without the Be Heard model, which speaks to the lower level of care needed. I'd like to highlight a co-response model as well. Most of the others that we've talked about are some sort of mobile crisis model, but to pair the officer with a licensed mental health clinician, Los Angeles, California has 33 MET teams covering 42 cities, a large spread of area. And in their 2020 annual summary, they responded to about 10,470 cases, again, involving mental illness and developmental disability. Those are the sorts of calls routed to them. And on average, the MET teams were able to relieve 2.7 patrol deputies and 1 sergeant at each incident. So each of those 10,000 incidents, which was savings of up to 2.5 patrol hours per incident on average. This study also looked at potential incidences of suicide by cops. So there were reportedly up to 34 lives saved based on 14 incidents that were potentially going to turn into suicide by cop situations. The MET units also aided in de-escalation of 51 incidences where the tactical team would have been called, which is a very costly response if it's not needed. And the MET teams also are able to respond to jails and court lockups. So they responded to 288 requests of this sort, and we're able to help resolve 84% of those with no uses of force, which is a really remarkable statistic. Los Angeles also looked at cost savings. They have some data from 2018, 2019, about $4 million saved. And I also wanted to point out that the MET teams, this co-response model, is not the only response model in LA. They also have an unarmed civilian psychiatric mobile response team to meet folks that wanted that sort of need. So co-respondo is not the only model in LA, but it has seen some really good outcomes. Also, there are some co-located models that I wanted to highlight briefly, and I'll just summarize these statistics here. These are co-locations of behavioral health staff at the 911 dispatch centers, or PSAPs, and generally they've resulted in incidences of diversion from jails and emergency departments. Again, we see cost savings here, both in traditional first responders' time and money. And then also in LA, there are virtual co-location opportunities due to the, again, large area of land there. Finally, I would like to highlight a couple of rural models, acknowledging that what works in Las Vegas might be very different from other areas of Nevada. So Harris County, Texas, which does include Houston, but also a wide spread of area, has the core model using tablets to access clinicians virtually. So officers are able to use those tablets via telehealth and connect folks in the field with clinicians. There was a one-year study of this program, and officers were asked several questions. 63% of officers said that they would have transported the person to an emergency department if the core program and telehealth was not available. 73% of officers said the clinician helped de-escalate the situation, and 71% helped them handle the call in a shorter period of time. So again, all of this translates to time and cost savings, and you can see some of that information here. Finally, another role model is in Teller County, Colorado. This is a rural mountain community, and they, for several years, have been operating the Mental Health Assessment Program, or MAP. This is a paramedic behavioral health response that is an alternative to an ambulance response, which is more costly. And they have an evaluation of 5 years. They've seen about 1,100 clients. And interestingly, they also respond to schools. So 16% of those clients served are under the age of 16. Generally, they've seen a decrease in repeat calls for service. Individuals that would be making repeat calls for 911 and potentially didn't need that level of care. They've also attached some cost data to this, similar to other sites. So they're looking at about $4 million in estimated reduction of healthcare costs, as well as savings to first responder agencies, again, time and funds. These are several models. Obviously, this is a lot to digest, and I wanted to really emphasize a couple of things briefly as far as where to start, acknowledging the wide variety of models that are available. So one of the first things that we really emphasize that is vital is to conduct a comprehensive needs assessment or asset mapping, similar to sequential intercept mapping, for what a given community's needs are, to really look at what the problems are that you're trying to solve through a response model. This could include analyzing the demand for public safety, looking at calls to 911, 211, or 311, hours, different zip codes that are part of that, to really know what your populations are, and whether, for instance, there are high incidences of folks who are homeless, have mental health, substance use needs, whether there are specific substances such as opioids, methamphetamines, things like that. Also vital to consider early on is the level of community involvement. And I think that most or all of these programs credit community engagement to their success. So engaging the community both early on in design and planning, also implementation, potentially evaluation is really key. And then finally, coordinating with existing partners. So looking at who is already operating in this space, in this crisis response area, and what their role could be, how to sort of knit those partnerships together. You can see here on this diagram is, again, highlighting what was mentioned earlier, the different pieces of this crisis continuum, and how the crisis response, or who to call and who to respond, is just one piece of it. So looking at that respond to what or divert to what question. And again, success of a lot of these models is due to their emphasis on both prevention and follow-up or additional case management, not just that immediate response. So thank you very much for inviting me today, and I'm happy to answer any questions at the end of the presentations.
Thank you so much. It was brought to my attention that I might have been a little bit unclear about when we were going to do questions because agenda item number 4 actually has some subsections A, B, and C. So I'm going to ask Representative Herod if you would be so kind as to go ahead and provide us with your insight, and then we'll do a round of questions, and then we'll move on to our presenters from the Department of Public and Behavioral Health. So I hope that made sense. And Representative Herod, we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm State Representative Leslie Herod. I represent House District 8 in Denver. I previously served as the Vice Chair of the Judiciary Committee and now serve on the Joint Budget Committee and Chair of Appropriations. But I take off that hat and put on my Denver leader hat because I created a program in Colorado, specifically in Denver, called Caring for Denver, which funds mental health and substance misuse programs throughout the city and county of Denver. We have asked for a 25 cents on $100 sales tax increase to fund a new infrastructure of support in our city. Caring for Denver is now a public foundation where I serve as chair. One of our first initiatives, though, was to get STAR off the ground. And let me tell you what happened and why. I was working in partnership with then Commander Pazin, now Chief Paul Pazin, and looking at what was going on with our Denver jail, with people who are being arrested and convicted out of Denver and going into state corrections, and looking at how many of those folks had severe mental health issues or were going in response to a mental health crisis call. And the number was quite astounding. It won't shock any of you because you've been doing this work for so long. But what we know is that the majority of calls that are being taken in by 911, the majority of folks that are being seen in our jails and in our correctional facilities are suffering from mental health challenges or substance misuse issues. And so when I was speaking with Chief Pazin after passing Caring for Denver with his support and help, he kept saying, you got to go see this program out in Eugene, Oregon called Cahoots. Cahoots, 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 over and over and over again. And I got to tell you, I thought he was sneezing. I didn't know what he was talking about. But when I went out to Eugene, Oregon, and I saw Cahoots, as you saw on the slides previously, my mind was changed. My mind was blown. And I realized that we could actually do first response a little bit differently and better in the city and county of Denver and now throughout Colorado. So after seeing Cahoots and doing a ride along with them, watching how the Cahoots first responders, which of course includes a mental health professional and an EMT, worked in collaboration with local law enforcement to ensure that people got the real help that they needed, the right response for the issues that they were going through, it was clear to me that we needed to bring this to Denver. But at the time, Cahoots is visionary, but at the time, no other major city had done something like this. And the ones that have tried maybe didn't quite get the sweet spot. And I think in Denver we have. So once I came back from Eugene, Oregon, I worked with the board and the director at Caring for Denver and said, you know, what do we need to put in place to make sure this happens? And at the time, the city council wasn't necessarily on board. The mayor wasn't necessarily on board, but they were willing to give us a shot. But they needed funding. And so we came in, you won't believe this, with about $240,000. That's it, to start STAR in Denver. We focused on the central core in our business area, downtown area, and we started it in June of 2020. You guys remember June of 2020, all stuff broke loose in our cities pretty quickly around our protest, and we found that STAR was extremely, extremely useful and needed in responding to some of the crisis situations that were happening on the ground, whether it was during the protest or during the pandemic. And so we got going right away with a very small amount of money, but the outcomes that you heard earlier were so moving that we have now made STAR citywide. And what I'm saying is so moving about it and shocking is that what I think Chief Pazin knew, right, and what I had hoped was that when you have a STAR response, when you have the ability for someone to call 911, not a different number, but 911, and get a first responder who was an EMT and a mental health professional, you actually see reducing a huge reduction of the number of folks who are referred into the correctional system at all. And that's really important because in all of the calls since STAR's inception, there have been zero zero referrals to jail, and zero need for police backup. But police have called STAR for backup multiple times, and many times they respond together. But what I want to note for folks who are thinking about putting a co-responder team or a STAR team or whatever team in their localities or throughout their state is you really have to understand that Denver does not only have STAR. Denver has co-responders, which Caring for Denver also funds. We have caseworkers within the police department, which Caring for Denver also funds. Fire is also trained in crisis intervention because when you call 911, a first responder, the first person who arrives on scene, can be any of those people. Before STAR was started, when you called 911, you either got a law enforcement officer or you were referred to the medical system, right? And so now STAR gives a third option, which is that mental health provider. The other thing I will note for folks who are looking at these types of programs is it is essential that STAR is built in, or whatever you want to call it, Kahoot STAR is built in to the 911 response system. Because at the end of the day, people call 911 when they need help. And if you want to call, or say me, I want to call because, my neighbor is going through a mental health crisis. I might call Mental Health Center of Denver, or I might call an alternative number because I know that, right? Because I know that is an option. But my neighbor across the street is probably still going to call 911. And unless they're trained together, and unless those responses are coordinated, you will not have the same outcomes as we have in Denver. When we went out and saw Cahoots, it was a team of folks who were both community leaders and activists. We had street response teams, we had mental health professionals, we had law enforcement, and we had 911 and harm reductionists all together thinking and talking about how we can make STAR work throughout our city. So I put back on my state hat and I went to the legislature, shared what was going on with the now chair of the Joint Budget Committee, and talked about how we could actually save the state dollars if we're not referring so many folks into corrections and people are not getting into the system. And so now we have a state grant program that sets some guardrails around what is and what isn't a co-response team, a crisis intervention team, or a STAR-like team, but also provides funding for our local governments, our local agencies that want to make this happen. But we do require that they work with their local mental health providers to ensure that they're actually getting folks to those services that they desperately need and not just into the jails. And finally, the most exciting thing that I want to mention right now that we're working on is getting those crisis intervention teams, getting those STAR-like response teams into the jails, but also into alternative facilities where people can go, people who may or may not have a record or may not have active warrants, where they can clear their warrants, they can get the mental health or substance misuse treatment they need, and they do not get referred directly into Denver County Jail. So there's so many options of what we can do to get people the help that they need once we think outside the box and we fund it. So thanks so much for having me. I look forward to questions.
Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, everybody from Representative Herod and everybody from NCSL and PRA. I am going to open it up to questions now. I'll go ahead and start here in Las Vegas. I see Senator Harris, and just a reminder, we're going to do one bite at the apple. So you can ask multiple questions, but think of them all.
Very hungry, Chair. Thank you all for being here so much and for the information you provided. It's really helpful, I think, to this committee as we consider how we can possibly bring some of these things to the state of Nevada. One of the biggest hurdles I think that we have here in this state is funding. So I'm hoping maybe Representative Herod or any of the NCSL members could talk a little bit about how some of these programs are funded, whether there are federal dollars out there that some of these programs have been set up with, or any suggestions you all have on how we get this kind of seeded, with the understanding that, of course, the benefits come back to society, 2, 3, 4 times fold.
Well, thank you, Senator Harris. Friend, it's good to see you. And Madam Chair, I might have to take your one bite at the apple rule for my members as well here in Colorado. What I will say is I want to note that we are the largest city and county in Colorado, and we got started with $270,000 investment. So our statewide dollars are about $3 million, and yes, they are asked for each year. So if you think about it, the investment is, we have to pass a balanced budget every year. We do not allow dynamic budgeting, which means I can't say it's going to save money and spend that money now. I've got to prove it, right? And then maybe in the out years, if there is a decrease in the budget, we can shift resources. But, we can't just say, we know it's going to cost less in the long run, so let's take money, quote unquote, take money from the jails and put it into no, we can't do that. We can't do that in Colorado. So that's not how we look at it. We look at it as this is a good investment, a pilot program like anything else. Give us $5, $10, $15 million. We know, in fact, a lot of the locals are already doing it. So how can the state partner and maximize those resources? And then we also look at our budget, say, in behavioral health. How is our Department of Behavioral Health working, our behavioral health agency working, so that can we think about opening up a current grant to allow local behavioral health agencies to partner with their local law enforcement to create these types of programs? All of a sudden, then you start to see millions of dollars of resources flowing into our counties, right? And it works. I don't care if you're a Democrat, a Republican, conservative, progressive, programs like STAR work. And there are law enforcement officers and mental health professionals and providers on the ground that want to see programs like STAR in their communities. And I will also urge folks to push on co-responders. That has become more controversial, especially in the activist community, because it is working with law enforcement. But there's no response. There's no response that we're talking about here that does not work in partnership with law enforcement. They are all in partnership, and it's so very important. And so when it comes to the funding, as a state legislator, I think the investments are small, quite honestly, but they allow for a maximization of the dollars that we haven't seen before because the locals are so hungry to do it. So now in Denver, Denver now puts in over $1 million so that STAR can be citywide. Caring for Denver's investment is about the same, and we don't really need any of the state dollars to do what we're doing, but we're able to train other localities, especially smaller localities, in how they can do STAR or co-responders or case management well in their areas. And so I say start somewhere. You'll see the demand is quite high, and then adjust and increase based on that demand. But do allow the opportunity for those local governments, especially those in rural areas, especially those where there are high crime and high need, because we've seen STAR reduce crime by 34%. And this is petty crime. This is crime that affects everyday people by 34% if we just start the programs and get them funded.
Is there anyone else who wanted to offer some suggestions for us?
I'll jump in. Amber Widry from NCSL. Happy to follow up with more detailed information, but we've seen an interesting variety of funding sources, much like state legislation, much like the individual sort of programmatic components. It's really dependent on those local partnerships. We've seen, programs in South Carolina where the Chamber of Commerce pitched in funds to states leveraging, Medicaid dollars. So I think that's a lot of ground to cover now, but certainly happy to follow up with more comprehensive resources for the committee after this.
Okay, thank you all so much, and it's great to see you as well, Representative. Thanks for always giving us something to strive for here in Nevada. Keep up with the work you're doing in Colorado, so it's good to see you.
Thank you, Senator.
All right. I don't see any other questions here in Las Vegas. Assemblymember O'Neill, any questions from Carson City? I think that was a no. Since you're not turning on your mic, I'm going to take that hand gesture as a no and move to our colleagues online. If you could just give me a wave if anybody online has questions for our presenters. All right, I am not seeing anything. I think this is some fantastic information, and I'll look forward to hearing from you, Ms. Widgery, with some follow-ups on funding sources and ideas. And with that, we will move on to the next part of our presentation on crisis response call centers with, I believe Dr. Woodward is with us from DPBH, the Department of Public and Behavioral Health, PBH. Okay. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Great. Good morning, Chair Scheibel and members of the committee. Just give me one moment to pull up my slides. Okay, can everyone see my slides?
I see a blank screen.
Okay, let me try one more time. Your screen. Okay. How about now?
I can see yours. Yes, I can see them. They're not in presentation mode, so I can also see the. There, now I can see. Now it looks like a PowerPoint presentation. Thank you.
All right, great. Good morning, Chair Scheibel and members of the committee. My name is Stephanie Woodard, and I am the Department of Health and Human Services Senior Advisor on Behavioral Health. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on behavioral health crisis services, including the transition to 988, the crisis response system, and the intersection of crisis response with law enforcement. In addition to this presentation, I have also provided a copy of the National Association of Mental Health Program Directors paper on models for crisis response that has been provided to the committee for your consideration. Behavioral health emergencies have long overwhelmed our traditional behavioral health system, emergency rooms, emergency response systems, and jails. Over the course of the past decade, behavioral health crises have increased, and individuals in need of critical crisis care have been left untreated or undertreated by systems that were not designed to provide emergency behavioral health care. Between 10 and 15% of all 911 calls are related to behavioral health emergencies. However, most result in law enforcement response and not a medical response. This has contributed to high rates of civil commitments and increased incarceration. On any given day in Nevada, we have approximately 90 adults awaiting admission to an inpatient unit while awaiting transfer on a legal hold. So they're waiting in our emergency rooms. Nationally, over 2 million people with serious mental illness are incarcerated for low-level offenses, which makes individuals with behavioral health issues in jails 3 to 4 times higher than that of the general population. Nevada has consistently fallen within the top 10 states with the highest rates of deaths by suicide, with some populations being some of the highest rates nationally. Many individuals struggling with suicidal ideation do not receive care tailored for suicidality, and it is not common for many individuals experiencing thoughts of suicide to interface with systems, or it is common, for many individuals experiencing thoughts of suicide to interface with systems that further exacerbate their sense of hopelessness and helplessness. It is estimated that in Nevada, the total cost burden of care without an adequate crisis system in place is more than $506 million annually. The development of a full crisis continuum will aid Nevada in our economic recovery from the pandemic and alleviate unnecessary cost burdens to hospitals, law enforcement, emergency services, and families. In addition to the financial burden, the human toll is also significant. In the absence of a crisis system, law enforcement must intervene for people who need behavioral health support. We have long wait times and emergency room boarding. Deaths by suicide continue, and children are at increased risk for out-of-home placements. Overall, we know that the pandemic has increased pressure on our healthcare and behavioral health systems, leaving increasingly more children, youth, families, and adults with unmet behavioral health needs. For these reasons and many others, Nevada has been designing the crisis response system in earnest since 2018. As the presenters from NCL and others had suggested, we have actually done quite extensive work in the areas of assets and gaps mapping, both statewide and regionally.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Woodard, but your slides were not changing with you, but it looks like they may have just caught up.
Okay. I'll continue from here then. Thank you.
Okay. we could hear you just fine. No need to repeat. I just wanted to make sure you knew that about the slides.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the work that Nevada has done as it relates to designing their crisis response system has been informed by quite extensive work and an enormous amount of data collection and analysis of what is currently available in our communities, as well as what needs to be available in order for us to be able to have a robust response. So this work really has been engaged to ensure care can be offered when someone experiences a behavioral health crisis. We envision the transition to 988, the establishment of mobile crisis teams and crisis stabilization centers critical in addressing the needs of all Nevadans with a compassionate behavioral health response that has universal and convenient access, high quality and personalized experiences, and a connection to resources and follow-up. So I'm going to speak a little bit about 988 because I think for most people, this may just be something that you're just becoming aware of. So the rationale for 988 is simple but profound. Individuals, including adults, children, youth, and families experiencing crisis, however they define that crisis, should have and must have immediate access to highly trained professionals responding to their call, chat, or text. And 988 will incorporate all three modalities for contact: call, chat, and text. While we currently have a 10-digit number for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, we are converting that number to an easy-to-remember emergency number similar to 911. And 988 is expected to increase the number of calls, crisis calls, to our crisis call center in Nevada from 30,000 in-state contacts in 2021 to approximately 99,000 contacts in 2024. There was national legislation that was passed in October of 2020, requiring the conversion from the current 10-digit National Suicide Prevention Lifeline number to the 3-digit 988 number. This legislation also enabled states to establish fees or surcharges to generate revenue to support the development and sustainability of state-led 988 crisis call centers through legislative action. And it also limited the use of such revenue that would be generated from fees or surcharges to only be able to be invested in 988 and crisis continuum services and supports. Senate Bill 390 was passed during the 81st legislative session, which can now be found in NRS 433.702 through 710. Through a planning grant, Nevada has convened a diverse range of stakeholders to help us understand what we need when it comes to implementing a robust 988 and crisis response system. And this plan includes an implementation strategy for funding, staffing, coordination, community engagement, and communication. I want to pause here to talk a little bit about why the legislation that was passed in Nevada is so important. So during the session, we were only one of 4 states that were successful in passing specific legislation that allowed for Nevada to establish a fee. That fee is currently legislatively capped at 35 cents per line per month. And that fee will be deposited into the crisis response account. And that crisis response account resides within the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. We are currently undergoing the regulatory process to be able to establish that fee or surcharge on telecommunications lines and anticipate that the surcharge will be able to generate revenue to not only continue to sustain our 988 crisis call system, but also to help to bolster mobile crisis services as well as crisis stabilization services within our state. So it was no small feat to move this legislation in through process to it becoming a bill. And many thanks to Senator Addy for her championship of this legislation. But this legislation really is pivotal, reflecting back to the conversation around funding that was just had a few minutes ago. Nevada now does have the ability to generate additional revenue that can be specifically devoted for the implementation of an entire crisis response system. So when we talk about a crisis response system, we're talking about a continuum of care with the individual in crisis, whether that individual is a child, a youth, and the family that wraps around that child or youth, as well as adults. And it's really based on ensuring that we have a crisis system that is available as a community support, that it is grounded in strong clinical practices, that it has an array of services and capabilities that can manage individuals for a range of different issues, as well as individuals from different populations, and that we are consistently providing system oversight and governance evaluation so that we can monitor and continuously improve the health of our crisis response system. So a coordinated crisis response system has many different components to it, but the core components include a crisis call center where you have someone to call, someone to talk to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As I mentioned, we currently have a statewide crisis call center that can be reached through the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline number. That number will convert to the 3-digit 988 number beginning July 16th of 2022. So just a couple of short weeks away. It also requires a crisis response. So this is someone to respond. In previous conversations in earlier testimony today, you heard about the crisis response and co-responder models that are happening as a cascade of care out of the 911 emergency response system. When we're talking about mobile crisis teams here, we're talking about a cascade of care that is established through the 988 crisis response system. And there is differential response. So when someone calls 988 in a behavioral health crisis, if it is determined that that crisis really does require either a co-response with law enforcement and behavioral health, or if it really does need to become a 911 response, that we find ways to make sure that those calls can be transferred back to 911 for an adequate response. There may also be times when a behavioral health mobile crisis team is on site providing intervention, and they do need law enforcement response to co-respond with them. So while we're talking about two different systems, we also recognize that these systems inherently have to collaborate and work very closely together to ensure that no response goes unmet and that we can continue to meet the needs for both public safety and a compassionate behavioral health response. The third really critical component of a robust crisis response system includes crisis receiving and stabilization services. And we were successful in passing legislation, actually the past two legislative sessions, which established crisis stabilization centers in legislation. This also has required Medicaid to establish a rate and a policy, as well as our healthcare quality and compliance through the Division of Public and Behavioral Health to develop an endorsement for hospitals. So these are crisis stabilizations affiliated with hospitals, licensed as hospitals, which really do provide an alternative front door for emergency rooms. So you can think of these as psychiatric emergency rooms. We've worked very closely with states who have implemented very similar services. And what we have found is that the success is really predicated on how quickly they can help to move individuals into their services while never turning anyone away. So this is 100% law enforcement drop-off, where if the individual is appropriate and doesn't need emergency medical care and is not otherwise really better served through the judicial and criminal justice system, that they are dropped off at a crisis stabilization center and very quickly admitted for a stabilization level of care. And all of this is really founded on essential best practices as well as suicide safer care. So 988 is considered the foundation for crisis care. Here you can see a diagram that very clearly articulates how these two systems are really intended to work collaboratively together. We recognize that currently the 911 crisis response system is the cascade of care that is most available in most of our communities across Nevada, while we continue to develop mobile crisis teams and crisis stabilization centers. With people calling 988 or the crisis call center, approximately 80% of those crises are able to be resolved on the phone. For those that are not able to be resolved on the phone, or for others in the community that need a mobile crisis response, we want to make sure that we have mobile crisis response teams available. Nevada has been a recipient of a CMS Mobile Crisis Planning Grant through the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. This grant will allow us to design and develop both the funding structure as well as the policy necessary to establish what are called designated mobile crisis teams. Once we develop these designated mobile crisis teams, we will actually be able to receive an 85% federal match on the services that are provided in state. This was really an effort for CMS to come in alongside states to support the development of the critical mobile crisis teams. And we are looking forward to being able to implement those teams in Nevada. In addition to that, we have also invested federal funds through our supplemental mental health and substance abuse block grant to help to stand up the initial investment for these mobile crisis teams. And are looking to be able to do that within the course of this next year. In addition to that, the crisis stabilization centers, approximately 65% of individuals that are seen in a crisis stabilization center can be discharged back into the community, with 85% of those typically remaining stable with community-based care. We know that the current system with a 911 response with law enforcement, when you have a good model, like many of the co-responder models that were just described to you, we can effectively divert and deflect individuals from the criminal justice system into treatment. And in a few moments, I'll actually go through some of the models that already exist here in our communities in Nevada that are demonstrating some really profound outcomes. So the SAMHSA 5-year vision, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration through HHS at the federal level, they have a 5-year vision for 988 and a fully resourced crisis care system. The first is Horizon 1, to really ensure that we have crisis call centers in every state that have the capacity of answering at least 90% of their own in-state calls by the end of 2023. Now, all of these call centers should be connected to the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline Network. Our call center in state is already affiliated with that network, which essentially means that anyone that's calling from Nevada, if their call cannot be answered quickly by our own crisis call center, that call center rolls over to other National Suicide Prevention Lifeline call centers. That is important because no call goes unanswered. We also, for Nevada, have a national call center here within Crisis Support Services of Nevada, meaning that if other calls from other states are unable to be answered by that state, they are rolling over into the network and can also potentially be answered by our Nevada call center. We also are establishing mobile crisis services, as I had mentioned, with the federal goal of having states have mobile crisis services available to 80% of individuals by the end of 2025. And of course, aspiring to also have crisis stabilization services available for community-based care for 80% or more individuals by 2027. The good news is that I believe that we are able to keep pace with what SAMHSA has set out as their 5-year vision because we have done such essential work when it comes to securing funding and establishing some legislative initiatives that really enable us to move quickly in Nevada to begin implementing these critical services. As it relates to the coordinated crisis system, there are a number of national guidelines that we continue to use as we develop, design, and implement these systems. But essentially, it's important that we recognize that the crisis response partnerships with law enforcement, dispatch, and emergency medical services are highlighted. So in part of our planning for 988, we actually have had a 988-911 coordinating subgroup where we have engaged all of the PSAPs statewide so that we can make sure that we have these conversations early and that we are collaboratively planning for how these two systems will work in conjunction with one another to best support our communities and individuals who are in crisis. We have also funded NAMI, so the National Alliance of Mental Illness here in Nevada, to establish worm lines. They've been providing a worm line in Nevada that has been federally funded for the last several years and currently take approximately 1,100 calls per month. This is not a crisis line, but a line where anyone can seek support for either themselves or a family member, as well as connections to care. And it has grown actually so much that we continue to increase funding for them year over year to make sure that they are able to adequately meet the demands. And in May, they just recently launched a teen text line. And so far, they have been able to answer several hundred texts relatively quickly. So we're seeing a really nice uptick in utilization of the teen text line. I'm not going to go too into depth over co-responder models because certainly presenters prior to me did a fabulous job explaining what co-responder models are. But I will take this as an opportunity to say that as we are developing 988 and mobile crisis teams, we do see the need and have seen the need to continue to support co-responder models, which have the collaboration between behavioral health and law enforcement. We've actually been funding several of these models already in Nevada. And as recently as this past winter, when we put out a notice of funding opportunity for additional federal funds that we received, we have prioritized ensuring that we can continue to promote deflection and diversion programs in Nevada. So co-responder models in Nevada include mobile outreach safety teams, as well as EMS-led mobile crisis teams. And I'm going to go into some of these. So Intercept Zero, as was presented.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. This is Chair Melanie Scheibel. We are running behind schedule at this point, and I've been reticent to jump in because this is such a good presentation and it's such important information. I think we have discussed continuing this conversation in August. The reason I'm butting in right now is that it sounds like you're going to get to some of our co-responding teams and maybe some of the most teams, and my agenda shows that we actually have members of the most teams here. So I'm just going to ask that we have, if there's something additional from DPBH about like the funding model or our co-response model specific to Nevada, specific to, our needs to implement 988, we definitely want to hear that. And then maybe we can hand it over to the members of the most teams to give us the overview on their programs. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes, absolutely.
Thanks.
So would it be possible for 5 more minutes? Because there are other co-responder models in Nevada, aside
Absolutely.
from those that I just want to make sure the committee is aware of.
Perfect. Yes,
okay.
Please give us that overview.
Okay. So Intercept Zero, along the sequential intercept model, includes community-based crisis services. So examples of deflection here in Nevada include the call centers for 988 and 911, the crisis continuum of care, as I had mentioned. We also have state funding, state general funds that goes through Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services to Las Vegas Fire and Rescue for their crisis response teams. This is a fire and EMS-led co-responder model, and it has demonstrated enormous success, so much so that they have been able to move from 1 team to 5 teams within the Las Vegas metro area, and would certainly be willing to expand that reach even further. We do have mobile crisis teams, and you'll be hearing about mobile outreach safety teams. Crisis intervention training for law enforcement is available statewide, as are overdose education and naloxone leave behind programs. So this is when a first responder is in the community and sees the need to potentially leave behind a naloxone. So we've been supporting that initiative for the last several years. We also have homeless outreach safety teams. And these are teams that are primarily law enforcement led, but also include social workers and strong affiliations with community partners to help to move individuals out of homelessness and engage them with social services and treatment supports. Many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with AB 236, which does allow for a behavioral health field response grant program. And Nevada actually has just received through the Interim Finance Committee permission to bring funding in for a technology-assisted law enforcement crisis intervention program. And this is a program where we will have iPads embedded with law enforcement officers in rural communities, rural and frontier communities across our state to really support them with 24/7 connectivity to a telehealth provider that can support them in de-escalation as well as an evaluation of individuals who are in crisis. And this is modeled after a program that was started in South Dakota and is very similar to several of the other technology-assisted law enforcement crisis intervention programs that NCL and others have presented. In addition to that, when we think about diversion, this is pre-arrest, pre-booking. And I will just highlight here, in addition to what we've already discussed, the law enforcement intervention for mental health and addiction team down in Southern Nevada. They run within Clark County through Las Vegas Metro and have actively connected individuals to treatment as well as additional social supports when it is clear that treatment is really the highest need and individuals are willing to connect to those services. So Chair Scheibel, I will sort of skip the rest, but I will just add that Nevada is very well positioned to be able to be prepared for the implementation of 988, July 16th of 2022. We have a long-standing crisis call center that we have a strong partnership with in the state that has already been taking statewide calls for, quite frankly, decades, and is part of the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline Network. At the same time, we have had an enormous investment, both through federal funding that we have received through supplemental block grant dollars, as well as additional funding from ARPA. So we have a total of just over $7 million that we are investing in a request for funding proposals to amplify our capabilities for our crisis call center, as well as to establish what we would consider a very high-tech crisis care hub. That crisis care hub will be able to deploy mobile crisis teams into communities, really have visibility into availability of behavioral health services throughout the crisis continuum so that we can ensure that individuals are getting to the care that they need when they need it in their communities. As I mentioned before, we do have the CMS Mobile Crisis Planning Grant, and we have set aside federal funds to partner with that grant to invest in the initial stand-up of mobile crisis teams statewide, as well as jail diversion programs. And we also have just over $27 million that will be invested in establishing crisis stabilization centers, 20 million of which was just appropriated through the Interim Finance Committee through ARPA funding, with another 7 million plus or minus a little through additional federal supplemental block grant dollars. So, I mean, that's a very high level overview of what we currently have moving forward to really establish not only 988, but the entire crisis continuum, as well as continued investment in mobile crisis safety teams and other alternative responses through the 911 system.
All right. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate all of this information, and I have been, reading through the additional slides that we didn't have time to get to today. And I think that, as you said at the end of your presentation, we are really well positioned in Nevada to implement some of these really crucial programming components. So I'm excited to see that, and we will have a follow-up in August. Unless any of the members have crucial time-sensitive questions, I think we're just going to move to the next presentation. And that would be from our most teams, who I believe are present in Carson, or one of our most teams, who I believe is present in Carson City.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brittany Bowman. I am a licensed clinical social worker on the Carson City MOST team.
And my name is Israel Loyola, and I'm a deputy with the Carson City Sheriff's Office.
So in part, our MOST program was actually created in 2006. There are currently 4 of us, so there are 2 LCSWs, and then we have 2 behavioral health peace officers. Do you want to talk more about the creation?
We started working with a clinician back in around 2015. The way that it was started was just a clinician that would go out with a deputy. They were not assigned specifically to a MOST unit at that time. The patrol deputy still had to work a beat, and then as the day went on, if there was a call that it was more of a mental or some kind of crisis related, then that deputy and that clinician would get dispatched to that call. Over time, they saw that there was a need for a full-time deputy and clinician to just work the mobile outreach safety team. So they assigned a deputy and a clinician to it. So for the last couple of years, what they've been doing, they've just been responding to any calls that are related to someone in crisis, mental calls, suicide calls. So they would take 911 calls. Then they implemented a cell phone and a phone just for the MOST unit. And they also started taking calls on the phone as well, the cell phone. So we take calls from, they take calls from 911, the crisis line. Other resources in the community will call the MOST team to go out, do follow-ups, welfare checks. And now moving fast forward to now we came on board last year, so now there's 2 teams. And we have our own caseloads. Like I said, we follow up on, we get the 911 calls, we get the follow-ups from deputies. The MOST team doesn't work 24/7. So a lot of times we get referrals from deputies from swing shift, graveyard, and then the following day we'll follow up. We work with a whole bunch of resources within the community. So far, it's been very successful. Do you have anything else to add to that?
So just some numbers for you guys. These are just stats from October of last year to present. So we've responded, both MOST teams have responded to 491 calls for service. Between our teams, we have fielded 1,500 calls that did not go to dispatch. We've had 672 deputy referrals. Our community has referred 150 people to us. We have only arrested 3 people. Legal holds, we've done 73, 44 voluntary admits. Our jail diversion is 35. And agency networking, kind of like a lot with what's been presented earlier, is we spend a lot of time working with our agencies in the community because that's what's most important is when we are working with people who are in a crisis, we need to be able to get them treatment right here and right now. So we spend a lot of time with I guess you guys wouldn't know our resources, but with all of our resource holders in the community. Let's see, issues. The only real issues is we want to make our team bigger. We do have a deputy who really focuses is on our homeless population. So eventually we would like to make our team a lot bigger so we can handle more and be more successful for our community. And I think that's about it.
All right, thank you so much. And I just want to make sure that I didn't miss any of our presenters between the 2 physical locations and the virtual presentations. Okay. I will open it up briefly to members for, really good questions if you have them. So anybody online or in Carson City have a really good question? All right. I have not seen any right now, which again is not because we do not really, really appreciate you being here. Oh, hold on. Senator Harris has one. Go ahead.
I'll take my best shot, Chair. Thank you. My question is for the social worker down in Carson City. I'm sorry that I don't remember your name, but thank you so much for being here and for being a part of the MOST team down there, or I guess up there. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what it's like for you to go out on these calls, given that you are not a law enforcement officer, and if you feel like you're well equipped to kind of respond to these things and that other social workers would be safe joining these teams and expanding this kind of co-responder model.
Yeah, gosh, that was a very loaded question. So I feel very well equipped. My partner, when I came from a hospital setting, from an inpatient psychiatric hospital, so there was a lot for me to learn coming from being inside walls to actually being out in the community. And my partner has helped me a lot with safety because you have to learn differently to be able to, oh my gosh, I'm so nervous, I'm sorry. What was the other half of your question? I'm so sorry.
No, I think you nailed it. Don't worry, you're doing great. And I guess I was just trying to get a sense of your message to maybe other social workers who may be, or other law enforcement officers even, who may be apprehensive about having folks like yourself out there in the field with them.
So I actually ride along when there's days when he's not here. I will just go jump in a car and with any of our other deputies. And I can't tell you how thankful they are. They are very open. I leave my phone open to them anytime when I'm not at work. And I'm like, hey, if you have a call, you don't know what to do, call me. So I answer calls on my days off from my partners just to try to help them navigate, maybe give them a history about somebody that I've worked with. To other social workers who want to do this, I love my job. It's very rewarding to be able to help people in that moment of crisis and be able to use my knowledge and my skills and be able to connect them with resources that's actually helpful for them.
All right, thank you so much. I think that's my one bite, but at least I'm going to do the best I can to get you as many colleagues as possible across the state. Thanks so much.
I agree. That was incredibly helpful, and maybe if we had some more social workers on staff, you wouldn't have to answer your phone on the weekends or on your days off so often. So thank you again for your presentation. I'm not seeing anybody else jumping in with questions at this point. So we will thank you all for joining us on the 988 and Crisis Response Call Center conversation. This is part of an interim study that was assigned to us since the last meeting, and so this is our first look at the questions posed by the study, and then we will conclude in August when we have our work session and vote on bill draft requests to introduce. And that brings us to the second kind of part of our agenda. It is only 11:20, so we got back on track, and I don't want to break for lunch just yet. I want to get started on the second part of our agenda, which is addressing the Department of Corrections, the Sentencing Policy Commission, and other related agencies. And I think I said that one wrong. The Department of Sentencing Policy. Oh. Maybe I did miss one of our presenters. All right, I stand corrected. I did miss one of our presenters who I believe is online, and that is the Washoe County MOST team. My apologies. But thank you for speaking up, getting my staff's attention so we know that you're here. And I will turn the floor over to you now.
Hi, good morning. I want to make sure, is it the Reno Police Department MOST or Washoe County MOST?
Well, if we, someone next to me just said, "Who are you?" So we would be delighted to hear from either or both Washoe County and Reno.
Okay. Thank you, Chair and Committee. My name's Ryan Collins, Lieutenant with the Reno Police Department. With me is Christy Butler, our MOST supervisor. Just to give you a little bit of backstory about our team, we started our team here locally at the Reno Police Department in the early 2000s. It started as a co-responder type of a team pairing a clinician with a officer. Immediately, our region saw the benefits of that. Shortly after they started here with Reno Police Department, they transitioned to a county-wide assignment where they work not only with our Reno police officers, but also with our sister agency, Parks Police Department.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm not sure if the person sharing their screen meant to share this Word document with the whole committee.
Yes, this is just a brief overview that we wanted you guys to be able to see.
Yeah,
okay, perfect.
We'll hit the keynote points of it
Thank you.
For brevity's sake. So after they transitioned to the county, the team grew exponentially. I think everybody saw the benefits of it. And in order to provide the best service to our citizens that we serve at the Reno Police Department, the Chief Soto directed us to bring the team back in-house and able to focus on our issues that we have here at the Reno Police Department. So about 2 years ago, we began that process to bring the team back in-house, expand the team, and not only have a co-responder unit with a paired officer and clinician, but also have the ability to have the clinicians respond on their own and link up with officers on scene. I believe another presenter brought up a good point of where if the clinician's tied up with an officer and they go to a bank robbery call or whatever, now they're tied up with that officer for hours and they're no longer a resource for the rest of the community. So our model is twofold. We do have the co-responder with an officer. We also have two clinicians that respond on their own, or dispatch two calls, and they can either handle the call if they feel comfortable, if it's a case management type follow-up or they're in an environment that's safe and secure for them, or they can meet officers on scene, stabilize the scene, and then the officers can respond to other priority calls for service. So they operate out of our community action and outreach office, which I oversee, and our mission from the chief is overall just reduce calls for service. So whether that's homelessness, repeated violent crimes in a certain neighborhood, or mental health calls, whatever we can do to impact those calls for service is our overall mission out of my unit. So I'll turn it over to Christy to talk about the clinicians and their credentials and what we get referrals from and that kind of thing.
Yeah, so like the lieutenant said, we have clinicians, we have a marriage and family therapist, we have two marriage and family therapists and one licensed clinical social worker. And so those are part of our team. Our swing shift is 7 days a week. And again, like the LT said, that is our clinicians are able to go out and meet officers when they are requested for issues that they deal with. A lot of them over and over again, chronic callers, suicidals, individuals who are in crisis and maybe on top of a bridge at the casino or a garage at the casino who are considering jumping. So our team is called to that as well. So we just, what is being shown right here, we just wanted to give like a brief overview of what we do in hitting the touch points. So the common calls for service, we have a lot of our individuals who are suffering from mental health issues, can be chronic problems for our local businesses. So we try and reduce those calls for service and try and get those individuals treatment services within the community. we wanted to list some of the other duties that the clinicians have. So if you look down at the very bottom of the form, the other duties listed, we try and help our dispatch. We work with our front desk. We have a lot of our community members who are experiencing mental health come into the front desk of the Reno Police Department. And so the front desk staff can be overwhelmed with those individuals and not sure what to do. So we try and help them, train them to de-escalate and educate them on our local community providers that they can also refer those individuals to.
And probably the biggest asset internally for our department with the in-house clinicians is the training of our officers and the culture shift that they're able to provide. Having somebody in-house where you can walk down a hallway, pick somebody's brain, a subject matter expert like our clinicians is invaluable to our officers. Chief Soto's directed our entire department, with the push from the legislature to have everybody CIT certified. So our clinicians are taking that over, as well as de-escalation training, and just being a resource, a subject matter expert for our officers, whether it's dealing with their work or even the peer support aspect of having clinicians in-house where the officers can go, they can talk to, they can get referrals back out to the community. Just really focusing on officer wellness and mental health for our officers, as well as helping our community with those same issues that we're seeing out in the community. It's a needed resource, and it's invaluable to us at this point, and only going to get more and more important for us.
And I just like to note that our MOST team collaborates with the Sparks Police Department MOST team, as well as the Washoe County Sheriff's Office MOST team. So each agency now has their own in-house mobile outreach safety team.
I think that's all we have to say. If anyone has any questions, we'll be happy to stick around.
All right, thank you so much. I am going to ask that you send that Word document that you were sharing with us to the committee staff so that we can upload it online for all of our committee members and anybody else who is following along with the presentation. Are there any questions from members of the committee in Las Vegas? Senator Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Apparently, I'm the only one interested in mobile crisis centers, so I'll just keep asking questions until somebody else wants to jump in. Thank you all for being here, and it's good to hear what you all are doing in Reno. Could you talk just a little bit about whether there are any plans to expand how many MOST teams there are, or the availability of them? I mean, we all know that crises don't stop at the end of swing shift, right? And down here in Las Vegas, a lot of them probably start around that time. So could you tell us a little bit about, are there any plans to expand so that the service can be offered 24/7 or offered every time it's needed? I'm aware of at least one kind of high profile incident where a MOST team or crisis intervention was not available, and it didn't result in the best outcomes. So if you could just talk a little bit about that, that'd be great. Thank you.
So internally in the Reno Police Department, obviously expanding the number of clinicians available is important, but we're also looking at other avenues of getting mental health experts into the fold, whether that be through interns up at our front desk, interns up at dispatch, not only just hiring clinicians, more and more clinicians to pair with officers. I think the comment was made earlier, the question was asked, what do officers feel about the clinicians? And I was telling Christy when that came on, if I could hire a clinician for every officer and pair them up 24/7, I would have zero complaints from my officers. They love the clinicians when they ride with them. And the more we can get out there in the field, the better. But looking at other avenues of not just the fully licensed clinicians, but how can we stretch the limited resources to the best, get the best bang for our buck as far as utilizing our local university and the internship programs that they provide through their education, and where can we put them so that they can get the most interaction with the community. So like I said, up at dispatch, if I can have a clinician up there sit and talk to somebody on the phone and remove a highly trained dispatcher from that phone line and get them on other calls, that's great. Same thing at the front desk. If I can have someone walks in and they're in crisis and need someone to sit down and talk to them for an hour, and I can have that be an intern or a clinician and remove one of my officers or one of my front desk personnel from that situation and get them back to work and helping other people. That's obviously a huge goal for us. And then I know countywide is the same. In my conversations with my partners or my peers at other agencies, expanding to our homeless shelter, having on-site clinicians at our homeless shelter. It's the goal of the Washoe County right now. And then also with same issues with Sparks, expanding their team and that sort of thing. So we're not just looking at hiring more clinicians, we're looking at what are avenues we can affect, partnering with our private industries. And Chris can talk more about the partners that we have in the community as far as private practice and working through them as well.
One of the things to note is that it takes a special clinician to do this job. And I've been doing this about 10 years and have gone through a few clinicians that were not the right fit. So working with the local universities with interns to show them what it's all about and working with this population. The clinicians that I do know with our agency, with Sparks, as well as Washoe County, love this population. So to be able to find the clinicians that love working with this population, enjoy working with trauma is important. And so the Reno Police Department has begun that process of working with the local universities to train these young, passionate individuals who want to work with this population and get them ready for future most positions.
Okay, thanks so much. I'll just say it again. The legislature stands as a partner in those efforts. Thank you all so much.
All right. Any other questions from our members attending virtually? All right. Go ahead, Assemblymember Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair Scheibel. My question is very simple, and that is the only option for this type of partnership that that the person who is the mental health professional be a employee of the police department? Has there been any other option explored, for instance, partnering with social services with the county or city or rural community, and that they work in tandem? And I guess, well, I don't guess, I think my concern is who has the strongest personality in the relationship, and how do we ensure that the mental health provider has autonomy based on their professionalism as a social worker or mental health professional, not being over influenced by police culture, and that we have more balance. So I think that's a concern and a question for me. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely something that we want to consider. The reason that we brought people in-house was initially when they were funded through the county. It was a grant funded position. So as you know, those grants can come and go. When Chief Soto had the opportunity to add these positions to our general fund budget, so it's a budgeted item in perpetuity, funded in perpetuity, he jumped at that opportunity. So that was why we brought them in-house, in order to guarantee that they would be a resource for our department for as long as we're around, and to help, like I said, not only help our community, but help our department as far as training and having the CIT professionals and CIT experts in-house and able to train us, not just, once a year, but in every single briefing that they attend or those kind of things. We're always looking for partnering with people outside of our building, and any opportunity we can get to take advantage of that, we're always open to that, whether it's our local hospitals or mental health professionals in our community, and building those relationships is vitally important for us. I think recognizing, and I understand the mentality of the strongest person in the room, has a lot of influence, but I can tell you from just my personal experience and kind of the culture that we're trying to build is we don't know everything, and deferring to the experts is very important for us, and teaching that our officers that there's many ways to skin a cat, and learning from their example, seeing how they handle calls with that close partnership we have with them. I've seen officers 1 week, same thing. If my embedded officer isn't here, then our clinician will ride with somebody else. And I've seen those officers when they're not with them using the same skills, the same language, the same techniques that they're learning from the most clinicians. So I think the partnership is beneficial, but I agree with you. I think we need to ensure that we're partnering with our community and the 988 committee, and having the peer teams with the clinicians outside of the building as a resource is going to be beneficial towards that end. I think the overall goal that we subscribe to is the proper resource for the proper situation, not over responding, but not under responding at the same time. So both can have tragic consequences, and we want to make sure we keep those in mind as we go forward. So I agree. We definitely need to partner with our community and make sure that there's resources for every situation. To a hammer, everything looks like a nail, and we want to make sure that we avoid that when it comes to this, because that's how tragedies happen. So I appreciate your concern, and I want to make sure that we as a team identify and work through those as well.
And one of the differences with our team is that we wear civilian clothes. So we wear professional casual clothes. We don't have a uniform. We do have a uniform that's needed if it's a critical incident and if we know it's a call out, so that if there's a lot of law enforcement involved, they know who we are. But we are dressed in casual clothes. We let the individual know right away that we are not law enforcement. And like I said before, I've been doing this about 10 years, and I tell this to a lot of people during presentations. Some of the best de-escalation skills that I have learned is actually from law enforcement. And I've been through a lot of training, because when they go out engaged, it's usually people are dealing with some of the worst things in their lives, even if it's just getting pulled over for a traffic ticket, right? That can be stressful, nerve-wracking. And to watch them engage and de-escalate and make somebody feel comfortable getting a speeding ticket, or somebody more comfortable in a crisis situation, I have learned some of those best skills from law enforcement.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate you addressing the issue of clothing. The previous presenter presented in full regalia, and I'm wondering if that is a common practice. I'm not sure that is what a person who's in crisis needs to see from every person on the scene, and whether or not that heightens awareness or fear or not. And so it's good to hear that you all have a different perspective. Thank you for answering the questions. I appreciate it.
Agreed. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for answering our questions and for joining us today. I think now that brings us to the conclusion of our presentations on crisis responses and the 988 program. It is still before noon, so I still don't want to break for lunch quite yet. I want to make sure that we get at least started on our second part of the agenda. So I am going, as I mentioned before, I'm going to take these a little bit out of order. I'm going to move on to agenda item number 10 and invite Return Strong up to the podium here in Las Vegas. But you have to turn on the microphone and give us your name each time you speak.
Oh, I already did that one. There we go. So my name is Jody Hocking. I am the founder and executive director of Return Strong. We are started as a collective of people who had families who were impacted by really corrections. They were in prison. Some of them have come out in the meantime. And we really appreciate, first of all, I know you guys have heard us on public comments forever. We really appreciate the space to be able to just not talk in 2-minute segments. So I just want to first just recognize that. You want to come over here so you can see that? You want to introduce yourself real quick?
I'm Sonia Williams. I'm an impacted person.
We're going to need you to turn on your microphone as well.
Sorry, I'm not talking into it.
Or that works too.
My name is Sonia Williams. I am an impacted person, and I'm an activist with Return Strong.
My name is Taniko Smith, an employee of Return Strong. But before I was an employee of Return Strong, I was inmate number 53348. I spent 28 years, 8 months, and 10 days in the custody. In 2021, I went before the Board of Pardons and received clemency. April 13th of this year, I was released. So I'm extremely familiar with NDOC's implementation of their policies, practice, and procedures.
All right. So I know for, are you on the thing? Mm-hmm. Okay, go on this one, the prison oversight, this one. Sorry, we're gonna have to figure ourselves out here. We're here today to really talk about, we have been, for a long time, the past almost 2 years, coming forward in public comments and really in any space that we could. Oh, the microphone. Sorry.
Just make sure you're speaking into the mic.
Yeah,
The folks online won't be able to hear you.
Okay, sorry, we'll keep swapping back and forth. That we have really focused on areas that we were seeing as problems through the pandemic, through the personal experience of not just our own family members, but we have close to 3,000 now people who write to us, who talk to us about their lived experiences within Nevada prisons. And one of the struggles has been really figuring out, I know many of you have fielded calls from us before, and has been figuring out how and where and what can be done to improve really prisoners' rights within Nevada and address some of the things that are going on both for incarcerated people and for families. And so today, I'm like, can one of you guys hand me my soda? Sorry. I'm like so nervous that my mouth is going dry. We look at it like an umbrella. It's really like what we've come by working with other organizations across the country is realize that what we really need is oversight and accountability. And so today we're going to talk about a couple of different areas. One is generally building an independent oversight panel. And then the other two things are really looking at eliminating the cost of incarceration and also talking about visitation, but they all fall within that same scope. We would like to start with really some things. As we go along, we're going to try to make this as quick as possible, but really looking at what would be some best practices for prison oversight bodies. One of the things that we've been working with a woman named Michelle Deitch, she's on vacation and out of the country right now, but she will be working with us on this going forward. And she's kind of seen as like the #1 person in terms of government oversight or of prison oversight accountability panels. And she's out of the University of Texas, Austin, and she's like the kind of premier person in the country that does some of this work. And so she's agreed to like help us navigate how to build an independent oversight body. So one is that it does have to be independent. I think that's been one of the struggles that we've had is that there are two very different sides of the story that come forth and I don't think it's necessarily that one side or the other side is being like not truthful about things, but we see things from very different perspectives. And so, but there is a middle ground there somewhere, but the only way to ever get to that is really to have we've asked for investigations before, but I think it really needs to go past an independent investigation and it needs an oversight body. So the first step would be that would be independent and that the director of that oversight body would be removable only for cause, because obviously they're going to be pressing back about certain, issues within the prison and they can't just be removed for no cause. The second thing that would be a best practice would be what is called golden key access. And Professor Deitch has talked to us a lot about this, that really is the second key to having successful prison oversight bodies, is that they have to be able to access and inspect prisons on demand. An oversight body should really have the ability to enter at any time, go anywhere in the facility, and to also be able to investigate complaints, monitor facility conditions, and the quality of services provided to prisoners. And so Nico's going to share a little bit about his experiences and why access would be important.
Excuse me too, I don't know why I'm nervous. Whenever someone would come, like in Southern Desert, they didn't have hot water in the kitchen for over.
You have to state your name before you speak so that the recording picks it up.
Tanico Smith. Okay, at Southern Desert, they didn't have hot water in the kitchen for over 2 years to wash the trays or whatever it was. They would have maintenance switch the pipes whenever the people would come in and check. And only reason they knew that they were coming because you have to get cleared before you come into prison. So they knew what to do. And it went on and went on and went on. And the trays wasn't clean. Sometimes I've eaten out of dirty trays. Sometimes I've seen it and it was extremely frustrating. Whenever we would tell our families about it, nobody would believe it. How could they do this? How could they do it? But it was done.
And what about when they do visits with the director and the governor?
And whenever, like when the director would come or the deputy directors, they would usually lock us down at Southern Desert. Like I spent 7 years at Ely. I spent 5 years at High Desert, 2.5 years at Northern Nevada Correctional Center, and the rest of my time was at Southern Desert. That's where I was released from. So whenever they would come, we would have to paint, make stuff look real nice, and whenever they would bring the tour, they would lock us down. We couldn't talk to them because we would be in our rooms. We could never explain to them what was going on. So access would be needed because they knew what was going on at the institution. And even I believe the directors knew.
And that's something that we have regularly received letters from. There was recently a visit by Governor Sisolak at Northern Nevada. And we received a bunch of letters from people that were saying, it's crazy because every day we climb over piles of garbage to get to the chow hall. But when the governor comes, that garbage all got moved behind a building so that he never saw it. And so they shield from people who are supposed to be there, whether it's inspectors or politicians or the directors, they get shielded from some of the things that should be coming out. And so that's one of those key things of why we believe that golden key access is so important, that those on those boards around the country that they've built those types of panels, they're allowed to talk to incarcerated people. They're allowed to talk to staff members. They're allowed to talk to families and get all of those things. And it's the responsibility then of that panel to make sure that that information that's coming through is accurate and that it's being dealt with appropriately. Go to the next one. The other thing is that they should have access to documents and data. I know when FFJC did a FOIA recently, it takes forever to get any type of information back on a FOIA request. And we understand that, we had one that we submitted on medical neglect. And it took, I'm not even sure how many months it took.
Like nearly a year.
Yeah, we had somebody else that was working on it at that time, but it was probably at least 8 or 9 months to receive that. We put it in last fall, and we didn't get information until early spring. So then it's like real time. There's things going on with people, and you can't figure out like what is real and what is not. And go to the next one. That panel should have the ability to confidentially communicate with staff and incarcerated people and families. I got ahead of the slides, as always. Responsive, this was you. We're going to talk about this. Oh, hang on one second. Nico, the other thing about access you were going to talk about Southern Desert in the hallway.
Yeah,
Sorry, we're going to go back 1 second.
Taniko
This is important too.
The hallways, that's like a lockdown within a lockdown. In 2010, a former warden, now a deputy director, implemented closing the gates. And this is, you're behind a gate where the bubble is over here and it's just inmates in the back. And it's not safe. You have a mentality, either you're going to be hurt or someone could hurt you, but you can't flee. You can't flee, you can't go to the bubble, even though they may walk or they may do whatever, but once you get in the room, you don't got help. You could die. I don't know how many people done died like that, and then they lock you down in your room for another modified lockdown. And this is also complicated because you don't choose who you live with. They have a policy of no convenient bed moves. So now not only am I locked behind a gate, now I'm locked in a room with someone that I may not know, someone that I may not like, someone that may not like me. And access would show that, okay, we're spending more time, they're spending more time in the room than they are outside the room. And it's not safe. It's not safe. And on paper, it says that, okay, well, the officer does this or the officer does that, but I've never seen an officer just help someone while it was going on. They come afterwards, and access is needed.
There's a current case now, which I'm sure you saw. Oh, this is Jody. That is in the news now about a young man. He was in his early 20s and was housed with somebody with severe mental illness at High Desert and was stabbed. I forget the number.
It was like 80 something or 70 something times. 96.
96 times. And those situations are not as uncommon as you would think that they are. And I remember when Nico was telling me about the hallway, my husband is there. He's on Southern Desert. They were actually on the same unit before they were released. And my husband talks all the time about just being stuck in the hallway. Like, you can never get out of here. I can't program. I can't do anything. Like, yard time is so restricted. But he never really explained to me about the hallway and like what it felt like to be on there, and the fear of like, if there was a riot or a fight breaks out, that it's life or death. He doesn't really talk to me about that stuff. But Nico was telling me, and he was like, it's really terrifying to be in there and like, no, you have no way out if something happens or something goes wrong. At this point, we can bring these hallway incidences and concerns we can bring them to everybody. We can bring them public comments. We can talk to about what they are, but nobody can go in there and see that that's what's going on. And I think there have been too many questions about what really is happening in there. And you have the lived experience of people on one hand, and you have reports which may be completely accurate for what the report is asking, but if it doesn't ask all the right questions, then you're not getting the right answers. Hang on. So the next thing we were going to talk about was being responsive. Do you want to talk a little bit about grievances and responsiveness and how difficult it is?
Taniko Smith.
We're getting better.
The grievance process, it doesn't work. The grievance process doesn't work because in Southern Desert especially, whoever you write a grievance on, they get the grievance. They're the first ones to respond to your grievance. And the warden or the warden's designee either confirms it or usually denies your grievance. That's like one of the reasons the court system is so piled up with civil lawsuits, because it's not addressed correctly within the prison. And it also brings retaliation from the officers saying that, okay, well, you wrote a grievance, now it's other officers in your room, or you're being harassed, or you're taken to the hole for something. You may have a violation, but other than a write-up, instead of a write-up, you would go to the hole pending your write-up. The grievance process, it shouldn't work like that. That's the only thing we have to protect ourselves against the ones that are supposed to protect us. And if it's faulty, it's no good. It's no good. And I'm not saying it because of what I've seen. I'm saying it because of what I know. I've wrote grievances, 28 years in prison. I've wrote grievances over half my life. And I think I won one grievance, you know, so it's access is needed for someone else to look at it and decide it instead of the prison itself.
Right now, there's nowhere to go, whether you are an incarcerated person, a family member, a stakeholder, even the ACLU has struggled to get the answers that they need. Like now we do have a quarterly meeting that has just started, but it's taken years of fighting to get there. And one of the things that has been really difficult was the lack of response. And the reason we believe that we really need this independent oversight is I know the legislature has received my, where do you go when you can't get answers, my frantic middle of the night rantings. But the reality is there is nowhere to go. We don't have an ombudsman, and I'm not even sure that that's really the answer. I think that where is there a neutral party that can investigate what is the truth? And the audits really made that more apparent than ever, because it became clear that we need a third party. We need something neutral to do that. I had one other example down for you, the STG stuff and what happened with that.
Taniko Smith again. They have something in prison called STG designation, Security Threat Group designation, and it's supposed to identify the security threat groups within the prison. It reads in the ARs and the OPs, and maybe the NRS is a certain way, but that's not how it's implemented. I was STG in 2011 for old tattoos. I tried many times. I wrote several people. I wrote the director. I wrote deputy directors. I wrote someone named Shields. I even had a hearing in 2021 to get taken off this STG designation. I've never received a gang write-up since I've been in prison. No gang paraphernalia, no new gang tattoos, but they would not take me off. And this is a problem because you get points on your parole, which would prevent you from getting out. It would stop you from going to camp. And in some circumstances, you can even go to the pardon board with an STG designation. The paper says, or the AR and the OPs, and maybe, like I said, the NRS is read a certain way, but it's not being implemented like that. And access is needed for that also.
And that's another thing that there's just nowhere to go. We have another person that we're supporting for the pardons board.
You gotta say your name.
Oh, Jody Hocking, sorry. Nico's doing better than I am on that. That we have somebody now, and the answer from the pardons board is well, he's STG. He has grievances going back at least 8 years where he has been asking NDOC. He moved to a PC unit. He dropped, has done everything, but he can't get any type of, there's nowhere to go, which is the answer. If that answer is not coming back and it's not fair, then there's just nowhere else. So the last thing was just that panel or that commission needs to be fully funded and fully staffed, and it needs to be diverse and representative. One of the best practices when we're talking to Professor Deitch is that it should include somebody who's previously incarcerated, a representative who has a family member who has somebody currently incarcerated, medical experts, legal experts, and I forgot somebody else, but that it should be diverse and representative in order to make sure that all like avenues are kind of filled out with that. So now, hopefully Nick is down there in Carson City still, because I'm going to go into really quick so then the other two pieces under that oversight, which aren't specifically about the panel itself, but really about two issues that Return Strong and families would like to have addressed, and we really believe the only way to fully address them is through legislation. So one thing is regarding, the audit came out. I keep getting nervous, and then I need Diet Pepsi. The audit came out, and so for years, like, those of us that have had a loved one that's incarcerated, we've always known, like, something's not right with Nevada's commissary pricing. It's so much higher. Other states, New Mexico and California, Washington, all use the same vendor, but their prices are significantly less, like close to half of what we pay. What we were able to find out, we started doing research, thanks to my volunteer paralegal over here, and found out that it isn't specifically because the pricing is higher in the contract. It's because NDOC takes a significant markup that other states do not take. And so that cost of incarceration is getting passed on to families, which has become even more problematic with the pandemic and inflation and everything else. We're basically already like dealing with double households and a lost income. And now on top of it, we're, like Nicole said earlier, it's $14.2 million in 2 years is being made off the backs of struggling families. And we just find it, and then on top of it, the quality of the things that go in and what it's like to try to, you want to talk about it a little bit?
To Nico Smith. In prison we need packages, we need food, we need clothing, because first in the culinary, they don't feed you right. It's not only nasty, but it's not enough. And before, when I first came to prison, a long time ago, they used to feed you. You ate, you had 3 hot meals, there was a lot of food. And even the food, like, they throw away a lot of food now, but back then they would give it to you. Now you have to get a package to help, not just to be above anyone else, but just to survive, because the culinary food, you can't live on it, and it's expensive. It's harder on your family. When the people were making the public comments, I'll never forget where I came from, that how long I spent in prison, but it brought to the forefront, this is what my family was going through, because I was incarcerated and struggling to get a package, wondering why you weren't able, or I have to wait for a certain time. It's needed. The clothing, even though the clothing that you get from the package, they're not top shelf, even those have defects, but they're better than what the state give you. And it's so expensive and they tear up so fast, it needs to be a change. At least they help the families, they vote.
So there right now are taking markups, and I know the audit said, I believe, right around 41 or 42%. I'm hoping Nick is in Carson City now. I'm sure he is. But that was actually like when FFJC did research on what the audit came, that it looks like there had been that percentage was actually calculated incorrectly, and it's actually closer to like 66% markup on these items, which falls in line closer to what we see with other states. And, when you go back and look at the audit, it's saying that it wasn't, that those profits were used for like inmate costs, but then there's questions in the audit about what did go for inmate costs. It just becomes another issue. Like, not only do we want to address legislatively, like last year with SB 22, you guys were able to address those issues when it came to restitution deductions. And the word then, again, was that the director had the ability to decide what was reasonable. But unfortunately, what the pattern that we see when it comes to financial decisions is that those decisions are not reasonable. It's not reasonable for a 66% markup. It's not reasonable for 80 to 100% markups on, or deductions. And that there needs to be oversight on that. And that there also needs to be not only just legislative relief, but also the ability to then hold them accountable. And the only way that happens is through oversight and the rulemaking process, which has not, it was instituted in 2010, I believe. I didn't even live in Nevada back then. So, but I believe it was 2010 that the rulemaking process started, and not one time when it comes to a financial decision under emergency circumstances or any other has that ever been accessed by NDOC to have it go through that whole 7-step process. And so it's great if we create legislation, but if we don't also create a way for accountability, then we're going to lose, that just shifts somewhere else. Does that make sense? I would like to say too, I was in shock when I saw that visiting vending was part of that profit. And I would just like to say, so I've been going to visitation for a long time. It used to be like, what, Nico, $3 for one. They have these burgers in the vending machine that have jalapenos on them. They were like $3.25 at one point. They were $4 something before the pandemic. I just went last month to my first visit since the pandemic. Those burgers are over $6 now. And when you think it's $6 and they're taking 66% profit, we have to try to go in there, and it's bad. The other thing that we wanted to talk about was medical copay. So we listed some on here, that there's a $4 prescription copay, an $8 medical copay, and somewhere between $65 and $85 for a man down copay, depending on if it's a nurse or if it's a doctor. And Nico told me about one that wasn't in the documentation that we got in the FOIA. Do you want to tell him about it?
To Nico Smith. I don't know where they got the $4 from. It's $8 to ride a kite. If you don't go to that appointment, you get charged $8 at Southern Desert for sure. And when you do go see the doctor, if you get any type of medication, it's $8. So when I first came, it was like $2 for everything. But it's $8 even just to ride a kite. And if you refuse, you get charged. And I've dislocated all of my fingers almost in prison. I've never went to the doctor for it. Never. It's either too late by the time they answer you. It used to be where you could walk. You could walk up to sick call. You could have sick call or walk up there. I think COVID changed a lot of things. But now you don't even get a response or an appointment until a long time, 4 or 5 months. And that's not right. I watch people, I was there during COVID, and I seen how those lockdowns where we locked in the room, we're locked behind the doors, but they tell us that COVID is airborne. Why wouldn't they let us outside? When I went to NNCC for the Pardons Board, the unit had COVID, they would let the unit out. But even though they would be by themselves, and that made more sense. But if the ventilation isn't working right at Southern Desert, where a former warden, now director, put screens on the windows where some windows can't open, how can people, how's the ventilation, how can you get well? So, and going to the doctor, it's only thing they was giving us for COVID was maybe a cold pack. And at times we had got to where we didn't want to be locked down so much, they wouldn't even test us. They allow us to do it ourselves. And so a lot of people, instead of getting a lockdown, it was selfish, but we figured we was going to get it anyway. I don't know how many times I had COVID. I wrote a grievance about being around a staff member that had COVID. But we would test ourselves and not really test ourselves because you're supposed to put it up so far because we didn't want to be locked down no more. And going to the infirmary wasn't going to really do nothing for you.
The sports copay.
Oh, and the sports copay is like, I believe a sports injury was like $150 if you hurt yourself doing sports. And the floor at Southern Desert it used to have the proper stuff on the basketball court. It used to be proper. It was like one of the nicest in the system. They used to allow fundraisers where people like the NAACP, I was a part of that before, or we could have drives to put the stuff on the floor. Now it's like slick. They put wax, regular wax. I was a gym worker right when I left, and we would put wax on the floor, which you're going to get hurt. Someone's going to slip and fall. And if we complain, the only thing they would do would take it from us now. It wasn't nothing done to make it better. And they would make sure once you get a sports injury, they would make sure that you pay that money.
Hello, my name is Jeanette Savon. I have a loved one over at Lovelock Correctional Center. I just wanted to add that during COVID, he also had a sports injury where he sustained a Colles fracture, and he went out for medical care. The physician in Lovelock suggested that he be taken to a surgeon to evaluate it and fix it. It was during COVID. It never happened. The Colles fracture healed on its own. And he has since not seen a surgeon regarding that wrist injury, which is a break. Colles fractures right here. So it's still happening. Lovelock is very rural, so they don't get very good care, if at all. So they just got an ophthalmologist there after, I believe 3-4 years, and they've all been getting their eyes checked now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Jody Hocking. So as far as medical, and talking about copays, Return Strong has started collecting data and declarations from incarcerated people. When we started doing it, we only had about 1,200 members at that time, and fully over a third of them have written to us about medical neglect. And I think part of the concern when it comes to copays is that people are putting in requests to see a doctor and waiting. We have people who've waited years to see a doctor. COVID or no COVID, if we're incarcerating people, we have a responsibility to do it humanely. And medical neglect is part of that. Or medical treatment is part of that, not medical neglect. And so what has happened is that people will put in requests, and those requests, like Nico said, do not get responded to, answered, and it's now months or years later, and then they have to call a man down. And now we're charging them the higher man down fee because we didn't see them when they needed chronic care or follow-up or sick care. And now we're charging them an additional fee, and that leads to then the question about medical neglect. So according to the audit, incarcerated people when they leave prison according to the audit, was $10.4 million in debt to NDOC for costs related to services and supplies that have to be repaid. My husband sent me a piece of paper that got posted a month or so ago that said, if you have medical debt when you leave prison, that they are going to seek collections against you, and they will go report it to your credit report if it's not paid, even though, and Nick will have the accurate number, but I think the collection rate of successful collections is actually around 2%. So is that really something that we need to be sending people? We have a member, a young man named Elijah, who had saved, he was filled his whole savings and trust account. So he had the $550 in there. That was his transitional money. Imagine leaving prison and you have $550 to live on. He had an accident on the rec yard and owed NDOC, I can't remember the exact number, it was around $5,000, a little under. $7,500, and they took all of the money that was on his debit card, except the $25 that the debit card is going to cost him in fees just to have it anyway. Took all of the money and then sent him to medical. He's getting medical collections on the balance of that amount of money as he's trying to get his life back together. And these are not, it's like Sonia said earlier, these aren't unique stories. Like, we could come here with hundreds of them. So the last thing that we wanted to talk about, so one is all of those financial things, and the second thing is really about visitation, and we're going to make it as quick as possible, is that, as Sonia was sharing, we really believe like all families deserve contact and they deserve visitation. One of the current visitation policies, like the application process, I'm not going to lie, is a little confusing. So if you've ever had, like it asks, have you ever been arrested? But people get confused with that because if they didn't go to jail or prison, they'll say no. Then if you say no on it, it's marked down that you lied on the application and you will not get visitation. And people don't know how to fight it, and there's no neutral party to go to say, hey, I wasn't trying to lie. Or people will get denied for juvenile offenses that should have been sealed records and they didn't put it on the application, and then they don't get visitation, right? We had started working with Deputy Director Gitter on resolving some issues, but then we ran into I have probably 20 people right now who have written to us to ask for help in getting a denial overturned. And the reason is that they were denied because their family member had a previous felony. And I think one of the things to remember is that barring people I'm trying to think of the word, we continue that cycle against families and communities who were already marginalized and people who already had it. So this morning I was talking to a man who is one of our, we call him returning strong citizens. So he's released now. He just graduated from Nevada Prison Education Project. But he was originally incarcerated at 16, and his mother had a vehicular manslaughter. She was on prescription medication, drove on the medication, and somebody ended up killed in that accident. As a 16-year-old, he was never allowed. He did 15 years in prison, and he was never allowed to visit his mother. His mother was not allowed to come to the prison, because the way the NDOC, what they write them are denials saying that because you're an ex-felon, you're, and I might not get the words exactly right, but that visiting a correction center is not conducive to a corrections environment. Of the 20 people that I have, most of them have not had an offense in 20 years. They had addictions. They maybe had shoplifting and theft. One of them had a possession of marijuana when it was a felony in the early 2000s. She has not seen her son in 15 years. Another one, same situation, 20 years, 15 years, 20 years. And in trying to work through those situations, I had a conversation with NDOC and was told there's no statute of limitations on a felony when it comes to corrections. And that's not fair or right. People have the right, and they should be able, I understand visitation is not a right, it is a privilege, but they should have that ability. We understand that conversation has to be hashed out. Maybe there is a statute of limitations, or maybe there are certain things or amount of time, but to say that a parent can never see their child again, or on either side of that, we don't believe that that is right and that it should not continue any further. And the only way to actually fix it is to legislate what that looks like. The other two things around visitation that we want to say just really quick is we are hoping that at some point video visit is implemented. Families in Nevada, if you look at the return our membership, we are all over the world. What we have in common is a loved one who's incarcerated in Nevada, but our people live everywhere. Other countries, here, every time zone, like you name it. We would love to see video visit implemented, and I think it's important for families and connections and rehabilitation, but what we would like to see it implemented without predatory practices. we've been on the receiving end of that enough at this point. And while we're fixing things, like, we would like to look at that in a preventive way as opposed to like having to clean it up after the fact. And then the last thing, and I'm going to give Nico some time to talk about this too, is like, we think it's important to also protect in-person visitation for everybody. We don't want to see what has been happening across the United States is as video visit is implemented, in contact or in-person visitation is then either suspended or limited or goes away altogether. And so we're looking for legislation that would protect in-person. I think the pandemic has shown us clearly, like, the drug problem in NDOC was not because of families. It was worse than it's ever been in those years that there was no visitation. So we want to make sure that that doesn't get blamed on families and that become a safety and security reason why we no longer have in-person visitation. I always think of people on death row or people who are lifers or have life without.
Terminally ill.
What's that?
Terminally ill.
Or people who are terminally ill and like they never get to like hug their loved one more time or see somebody. And so I think we just, that, yes, it comes under the oversight also, but we do think that needs additional. Do you want to talk a little bit about the impact of visitation?
To Nico Smith, visitation is, for lifers especially, it shows them how you can still deal with family. You can still deal with your wife, your daughter, your son, the baby, whoever it is, how to pull out a chair, the softness. Instead of being around men all the time, you could visit a family member, your mother. You could hug them and learn to relate to what they're doing at home and cut their food, do all the things that a man's supposed to be doing. Instead of being emasculated by what's going on in prison, you could be that man and get ready to adapt to society. I had life without. I had 2 lives without, with more time, and I used to love my visits. I would get a visit at least once a month. I would love to see my girls. And that it does something to you. You prepare for it. It even gives you a different mental state about the next week or the next coming days. So I believe that in-person visits should be still implemented.
We just wanted to make one last, Jody Hocking, one last thing is in this move to ending solitary, which we know has been a conversation before, that we need to look at this wider than the traditional conversation around solitary. The pandemic completely changed what that looks like. And so we've realized, like, in meetings and working with NDOC, that things that have the same impact as what we traditionally think of solitary confinement, the mental health impact, the suicides that are going. Florence McClure has had a rash of suicides and attempted suicides that have been going on and like regularly. And we get letters from the women who are like, it's because people can't stand being by themselves anymore, like that, having no contact, not being able to talk to their family. And we have to look at, in our last meeting with NDOC, they talked about, they would like clarify the language, which I understand the differences between ADSEG and DSEG and lockdowns and isolation and quarantine. But then we start getting to modified operations, which at the end of the day, modified operations are, we don't have enough staff. And so we're continuing to isolate people as a safety and security risk, but we have to find answers to that. Because continuing to just isolate people and dealing with the mental health impact that's coming is not just or fair or humane. And I want to just add this last thing, is that I think Kevin Ramft from AFSCME was on the right track. And I think looking at a stakeholders table that brings all of the voices together, corrections officers are as deeply impacted by the things that are going on inside of Nevada prisons as incarcerated people, as families, and we need a shared space where we can find answers to these problems, right? And I think starting to look at, like, I don't know, maybe we are using the things that they were talking about with like alternative ways of dealing with community problems besides just incarceration. We start using those alternative methods and start lowering our prison population, and we use that money to do something different. I mean, I'm not a professional policy person, but to me, there is clear like areas of consensus that if we worked together, we can actually start to make some progress. That's all I have. Do you have anything else?
Oh, it's Nico Smith too. I want to apologize too. That was my phone. I didn't know how to work it. I thought I knew how to work it. I tried to turn it off, and I had it used to be a warden that worked at Southern Desert, and he had a slogan that the only thing we're gonna stand up for is count. And as I leave, I would like to see him watch me stand up and leave. Right. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. I'm going to ask you actually to stay where you are because we get to ask you questions. And I think that you're presenting in conjunction with the Fines and Fees Justice Center. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Are you guys presenting with Fines and Fees Justice Center today? Okay. And I understand that we do have a representative up in Carson City from Fines and Fees, so I'll go ahead and let him share his insights with us, and then we will ask questions of the whole group. All right, take it away, Carson City.
Hello, this is Nick Sheepak, State Deputy Director of the Fines and Fees Justice Center. I'm not going to, I think Return Strong covered what we need to cover. What I produced for this meeting is a report on the cost of incarceration. You should all have that report. It references exhibits specifically. This report is intended to be informational only. There's no opinion. We have submitted a request on what we think should happen, but this report shows the cost of incarceration. That was covered. It's everything from the highest medical copay in the country to this debt. Is extremely concerning to us. Individuals are leaving with, the one audit found an individual had over $100,000 in debt. Collection rates range between 0.5% to 1.6% over the last 3 years, year to year. We're not collecting this debt. However, we are sending people out of prison with it. We need to find ways that are best practices, that we need to look at other states, and we can find ways to bring down these costs. A 66% markup is unacceptable. On commissary items, especially on commissary items that people need, such as menstrual products or denture cream. But really, we need to look at this in its totality. When we passed SB 22 unanimously in this House, in this body, we decided that we would protect families of the incarcerated financially. And what our research since then has found is simply that the costs have shifted and that the costs are exorbitant in many areas. So if anybody has any questions, again, about the report specifically, I'd be happy to field those. Otherwise, the impacted members of Return Strong are probably best suited to answer most of your questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And for those of you who are looking like I am, the Fines and Fees Justice Center reports are included in the public comment. When I'm on our website, it's the very first exhibit on this meeting. And with that, I will go ahead and open it up to questions from members of the committee. Anybody here in Las Vegas? Senator Harris, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We'll just keep it rolling. I just wanted to thank you all for coming and presenting and for doing such a great job. It's a pleasure to have you all, and we appreciate you bringing this perspective to the committee's attention. And I'm sure we will all consider the information you presented as well as any potential legislation that you proposed in due course. So no questions, just a thank you for being here.
All right. Any questions from Carson City? Assemblymember O'Neill. I don't see you gesticulating wildly, so I'll take that as a no. And all right, thank you. And I will go to our colleagues online. Assemblymembers Summers Armstrong, Wynn, Krasner. Sorry. Any questions?
No questions, Chair. Just thank you to the presenters for their candor and courage.
All right. Thank you. And I actually do have just a quick question. It's kind of a follow-up from a long time ago, because I do appreciate that Return Strong has been an important part of our community and the conversation for 2 years now. And so when you were talking about some of the expenses that people who are incarcerated face, the medical co-pays, the other charges, the commissary charges, the communications costs to, make and receive phone calls, are people who are presently incarcerated able to access any kind of itemized bill or invoice to know, what charges are being assessed on their account?
Taniko Smith. On the kiosk now, we used to have a paper monthly statement, and you would be able to challenge it if something's wrong. But now you got to pay to get that back if you find something wrong. So on the kiosk, you could punch it in, and you'll see they don't charge you right then. It could be months and months, well, maybe a couple months afterwards. And okay, now they took your money, and you didn't know that was for a couple months ago. So you have access to it whenever they post it.
Okay. And so the reason that I'm asking is just to clarify that when we're talking about some of these figures, it's not that you're deducing that or guessing that somebody has actually looked at the kiosk and said, oh yeah, I went to medical on October 8th and here it is on, November 8th is a charge for $8.
Have access. Yes,
I think those fees.
Your name?
My name is Jody Hocking. Forget it every time. Are you asking have those fees been confirmed or okay. So that I believe also came through the FOIA, not the sports. There wasn't anything about the $150 sports copay, but definitely the $8 medical copay and the man down copays came through FOIA. Some of the $4 one, there's some confusion about because it's in letters from people that they're getting charged $4 for prescriptions. But we didn't receive any of that in the FOIA, and we didn't receive any information on the sports one, but we know of people who have paid it.
Thank you.
If I can
yes, please go ahead.
Add one little thing. So Sonia Williams, sorry. When Eric passed away and I got his accounting statement for the money that was remaining on his books, they took off or they deducted from his books or his inmate account the medical copays. He was on a Boost Energy drink only diet, so he was getting charged for each drink, and it was crazy.
And he had money left on his book. So instead of having it be a collection issue after the fact, they just made sure to take all of the money out, even though he had passed away and had a child that would have gone to.
Wow. Well, thank you for clarifying and sharing that with us. I think, I echo my colleagues in thanking you guys for being here. I have one more question because I thought that you guys gave a really great presentation about the aspects of an oversight committee or commission that would be necessary. And I'm just wondering if you looked at other models or could point us to a state or a jurisdiction that has an oversight committee like the kind that you're envisioning.
So there are a few, and I can get more information on it. So I'm going to be honest, in the past month became aware that this was even, so we changed our whole presentation at the last minute. But some of the states that currently have them, Washington is one that we've been told has one of the strongest, and we're working with, so we work through with the national Unlock the Box, and they have probably 60 people across the country in 20 different states, and everybody's in various phases of working on these things. So Washington, New Jersey, Connecticut have all implemented different oversight committees that have different strengths and different areas, that still need work. But I know and also working with FAM. So FAM is the other contact that's doing a lot of prison oversight work. And one of the ways when we're talking about, I said it earlier, the diversity is their staff, they are paid like paid staff, neutral, not connected to anything with NDOC. And the way that it's happened before is that people were, or at least I think it was in Connecticut, that they submitted like suggestions of here's somebody that we would nominate to be on this board that would be, and it included an incarcerated man, an incarcerated woman, a family of the somebody with a family member and currently incarcerated, a medical expert, a legal expert. And the way that they did it is there was like a stakeholders group that made suggestions of here, we would like to see this person on the panel. And then the legislative committee decided yes or no if those people were on the committee. I know that's how it happened in Connecticut. I don't know all the specifics with New Jersey and Washington, but those three are my understanding of like some of the strongest oversight committees right now, or like that use the best practice.
Great. That is very helpful for us to be able to, look at examples of best practices. So again, thank you so much for your presentation. I don't see any more questions. So,
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Hi.
Assemblymember Summers Armstrong.
Just real quick. Thank you so much. So several times there has been this reference to a man down charge, and it was mentioned that this charge was $150. I don't have a clear description of what is a man down. What does that mean? Can someone please explain that to me?
Tanico Smith. Now, I believe it's sports injury is the more expensive one, but a man down, I believe, is like $75. That's when the nurse has to come see you, or you have to be taken to the infirmary, to whatever, like if you can't breathe. So call a man down so the nurse could come see you, and maybe they'll put you on the cart and take you up to the infirmary. So that's what it's called, a man down.
And then they charge you, but I do want to give some like examples. Like people call man down and it doesn't mean that somebody comes immediately. So I want to like make sure that we understand that. There's a young man that just recently passed away at High Desert who had what appeared to be a stomach bug. He was given a COVID test, he was given cold medicine, and within 5 days from start to end, he was brain dead. He actually had E. coli, but he was calling man down and nobody came and the cell buttons weren't working. Like these, like man down, there's a price to it, but I just want to be clear that to think that that is some type of emergency responsive process is not accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to add something?
I was going to say,
you got to give your name.
Savon. I am a psychiatric nurse, but I also have a background with diabetes and stuff. A man down could also include someone who is in insulin shock or having a diabetic low blood sugar attack, which is really important because you may have one night nurse on for the whole prison.
Thank you.
So, I mean, it's staffing in the state of Nevada, especially for all of our facilities, regardless if it's mental health, because I am a psychiatric nurse for the state, is a big issue right now. And it involves even the safety of inmates, it involves the safety of correction officers, it involves the safety of peace officers, MHT staff, and nursing. So it's something that we have to really look into and now be competitive with pay, because if there's more places, especially in Carson City, offering better salary, we're losing good people who could possibly make a good career choice and stay with the state. And I mean, it's just not going to be resolved until we get that issue under control of making it a better working environment for everybody. Thanks, that's it.
Thank you. All right. Excellent information, very helpful. And I think that brings us to our conclusion of what was agenda item number 10. So we appreciate you being here, and we will move on to our next agenda item. After a very quick break, we're going to take about 10 minutes, and I'm going to ask for your indulgence as the members will be eating lunch up here on the dais while you present, because we will give you our full attention, but we don't want to cause any undue delay. So let's all be back here at 10 to 1, 12:50, and get started in a few minutes. Thanks. All right, we are going to call the Interim Judiciary Committee meeting back to order. We are moving on now to agenda item number 5, presentations from the Nevada Department of Corrections. And we have presenters here in person in Las Vegas. You guys don't have anybody virtual, do you? We have people in Carson City and here. Great. So I'm just going to hand it over to you to walk us through your presenters and your presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is LaShawn Smith, and I'm the Acting Assistant to Director Daniels, Nevada Department of Corrections. Our mission is, it is the mission of Nevada Department of Corrections to protect society by maintaining offenders in safe and humane conditions while preparing them for successful reentry back into society. We operate as one team, proud of our reputation as leaders in corrections. Our staff will utilize innovative programming that will focus on education, mental health, substance abuse treatment, and vocational training as the cornerstones to an offender's rehabilitation. Our philosophy, we will pursue our mission with integrity, act in a professional and ethical manner, be responsible for our actions, and raise the department to the highest standards. Following me at the table is our director, Charles Daniels.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Charles Daniels, for the record, Director of Nevada Department of Corrections, and I'm pleased to be here before the Joint Interim Judiciary Committee. The Nevada Department of Corrections remains committed to the health and safety of its offenders, employees, and volunteers. We continue to be diligent in providing selfless service to the citizens of Nevada. I want to thank Madam Chair, Senator Melanie Scheibel, for the invitation to present an overview of the challenges facing the Department of Corrections. We look forward to continuing our efforts to provide public safety services while preparing our offenders for their eventual release back into society. Our executive team is deeply committed to modernizing and providing quality mental health, medical, educational, and vocational training opportunities. NDOC, as with all corrections agencies throughout the nation, has been besieged by staffing shortages and a sharp decline in staff retention. Other challenges include offender access to medical and mental health professionals and a decline in our physical plants and infrastructure. Staffing issues and the impact of COVID-19 virus greatly impacted institutional operations. Although fatigued, NDOC professionals met their obligation to operate within the letter and the spirit of the U.S. Constitution's 8th Amendment. I'm extraordinarily proud of the 2,200 men and women who make up the staff complement of NDOC. During the state of emergency, all agency staff were designated essential, whether post-certified or not, and manned the line, while many in other agencies worked from home. NDOC staff have also endured child care issues, spousal income loss, personal and family sickness, and even death, yet still came to work in service of the public, offenders, and one another. NDOC staff are heroes and should be acknowledged as such, just as others are extended a warm thank you and appreciation for their service. Moving forward, NDOC has completely revisited the former mission and vision statement and has reimagined an agency that utilizes technology, complies with corrections industry standards, and implements industry best practices to enhance offender safety, care, and programming. Long-term, these efforts should reduce the fiduciary impact on the state's general fund. Additionally, NDOC is introducing a new staffing model that is much more efficient and allows for enhanced training, increased offender safety, and more effective offender accountability. In closing, I have the following divisional subject matter experts available. I'll list them in order. Kimberly Smith, who is our Chief of Human Resources, Lisa Lucas, Deputy Director of Support Services, Dr. Michael Menev, our Medical Director, Brian Williams, Deputy Director of Programs, Dr. David Green, Mental Health Director, Kirk Widmar, Offender Management Administrator, and he is in Carson City. Then we also have Bill Gitter, our Deputy Director of Prison Industries, Bill Kuenga, Deputy Director of Prison Industries, and Bill Gitter, Deputy Director of Operations, and finally Brian Shields, who is Inspector General, to address questions and concerns related to the requests we've received. Of note, the compliance with the committee's directive to submit our slide deck in advance, the order of the slide deck is not consistent with the agenda. However, I would ask that we're allowed to move forward with the slide deck so we don't have to rearrange it. And we're going to be as efficient as possible. So, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I'd like to start the first presentation.
Please go ahead.
Awesome. Kimberly Smith, Chief of Human Resources.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel and esteemed colleagues of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Kimberly Smith, and I am the Chief of Human Resources for the Nevada Department of Corrections. Thank you for providing NDOC with this opportunity to speak with you all today. The NDOC follows guided principles that are deeply rooted within the 14th Amendment. All principles are based upon all prisoners shall be treated with the respect due to their inherent dignity and value as human beings. There shall be no discrimination on the grounds of race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. Director Daniels and his staff are staunch supporters in this ideology, and we stand behind it daily. Human Resources plays a crucial role in developing, reinforcing, and changing an organization's culture. Pay, performance management, training and development, recruitment and onboarding, and supporting the agency's values are all essential elements of the professional culture covered by Human Resources. Slide. We at NDOC are essential employees and have been deemed as such since day one of the pandemic and before the world changing into the way we know it today. Our job is to retain the humans, train them, and cultivate them through preparation, professional development, job satisfaction, promotion, and retention so that they will stay and continue the path to dedicated service. That is our mission, and we put forth this intention in all that we do, and that will be evident as you hear from our esteemed colleagues today. Slide. It is a reality that staffing shortages have long been a challenge for correctional agencies, given the work's low pay and grueling nature. And as reported by ABC News in November of 2021, the coronavirus pandemic and its impact on the labor market has pushed many correctional systems into crisis. And as noted by CBS News in November of 2021, officers are retiring and quitting in droves while officials struggle to recruit new employees. And some prisons whose offender population dropped during the pandemic have seen their numbers rise again, exacerbating the problem. We also observe that trend happening here in Nevada and nationwide. Slide. We also know that there is a critical issue or critical workforce issue in corrections. And as reported in the National Institute of Justice, Joe Russo indicated in 2019 that the backbone of corrections is its workforce. The corrections sector relies on qualified, trained, and dedicated staff for effective professional operations. But today, correctional administrators, particularly those running prisons and jails, are grappling with the severe workforce challenges that directly impact mission performance. Those challenges include staff recruitment, selection and retention, training, and agency succession planning. We too see this trend happening, and we at NDOC work with the Department of Human Resources Management for the state, PERS, or Public Employees Retirement System, and other state organizations. There is a deep respect for all of our sister agencies who partner with us in efforts to assist in recruiting and retaining staff, but still the reality is that people aren't staying. They are burned out, and they can acquire a better wage working down the street or even changing their vocation. That is the reality. Slide. As reported by the Associated Press in November of 2021 and updated in January of 2022, in Georgia, some prisons report up to a 70% vacancy rate. In Nebraska, overtime hours have quadrupled since 2010 as fewer officers are forced to work longer hours. Florida has temporarily closed 3 prisons out of more than 140 facilities because of understaffing, and vacancy rates have nearly doubled in the last year. At federal prisons across the country, correctional officers are picketing in front of their facilities over understaffing, while everyone from prison teachers to dentists are pulled in to cover over security shifts. That is our reality, members of the Judiciary Committee. Our people are tired, and no matter how innovative we attempt to be, without a recruiting budget, no matter how many white papers or SWOT analysis the NDOC creates, the efforts are rejected, and the answer is no. This has been reported in my short time as the Chief of Human Resources at many Board of Prison Commission hearings. We are seeing a dip in staff due to pay, mandated overtime, lack of merit increases, promotion, and opportunity. Many times we are fighting a losing battle, Slide. In efforts to maintain best practices for NDOC's employee recruitment and retention, our endeavors continue. Note that we are mentoring from within, both in-house and professionally, through accredited programming and professional development opportunities to reach, attract, and retain the very best service from our current employee pool. We believe that by driving learning and professional growth through perfecting and enhancing skill sets, the intent will be to promote an employee call to action. We don't quit. We continue to fight with what we have. We are attending local and, when budget allows, out-of-state job fairs. We are connecting with the local colleges and universities in the North and South so that NDOC is seen and can promote the benefit of joining our team. Moreover, we are making our presence known on social media by updating our Facebook page and LinkedIn page for job posting opportunities and other employment opportunities and points of interest. Slide. A decrease in morale is not uncommon, unusual, exceptional, or new, and we recognize that. And as such, Human Resources is working with our recruiting sergeants at our facilities in the North and South by attending local and out-of-state opportunities that might garner some employment interest in our agency. We have also revisited the critical hire, rehire, and labor shortage programs. We have reached out to the Retired Police Officers Association, and we have pulled an internal NDOC report of upcoming retirees. In addition, we are also looking to contracting staff as initiatives grow to stabilize staffing within NDOC. Retention and recruitment remain a constant focus for all of NDOC. Slide. Retention and recruiting efforts moving forward. While the budget continues to hinder NDOC, we are still dedicated to being innovative, inventive, and pioneering as it relates to doing more with less. We have submitted a budget concept request to garner recruitment funds needed and, quite frankly, are required if we want to make any traction with relevant and deliberate recruitment and retention efforts. Interdepartmentally, we have instituted the following. We have initiated internal recruiting summits. We've created an NDOC recruitment letter. We have been reviewing our internal spreadsheets that have been pulled from Human Resources Data Warehouse to recruit those employees who might have resigned. We have reviewed and revisited previously used recruiting collateral to see if previous applicants might still be interested in working for NDOC. And we have revisited and reviewed NDOC's recruiter@doc.nv.gov, which is an email repository to reach out to previously interested applicants. Slide. The NDOC staffing reads as follows. NDOC is authorized to fill 2,936 positions. NDOC has a full-time employee rate of 2,139 positions filled. That is 72.85% filled with a 27.15% vacancy rate. NDOC data correctional specific data reads as follows. NDOC is authorized to fill 1,547 correctional officer positions. NDOC has filled 1,064 of those. That equates to 68.77% filled with a 31.23% vacancy rate. Slide. The Nevada Department of Corrections prides itself on its green and gold staff. The green team consists of custody, uniformed personnel, sworn officers, and correctional assistants. The gold team constitutes non-custody personnel. All of our staff are valuable and appreciated members of our team. We are all one fight. The Nevada Department of Corrections remains conscientious, forward-thinking, accountable, and essential. The correctional officers and all staff play a pivotal role within the organization by exerting the incredible responsibility of maintaining the order and safety of Nevada's correctional facilities. Thank you for this opportunity to share, esteemed members. I will now turn my time over to Deputy Director Lisa Lucas of Support Services, or I can take any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Lisa Lucas, Deputy Director of Support Services for Nevada Department of Corrections. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm going to do a quick, just high-level overview of the state of technology at the Nevada Department of Corrections. What you're seeing on the left side of this slide is a myriad of areas that would be impacted by moving to a single unified platform we're calling Overwatch. Currently, what we have is what looks like on the left. To name a few of these areas, it would be video surveillance, notice, our offender management system, and calls. Like many agencies and offices, probably even your own, Nevada Department of Corrections started using more technologies, and as we've added new software applications or new systems to help achieve new improvements, it also added new complexities. Many of the things you see in the slide are commonplace now, but think about the adoption process and what it took to integrate them, if they are integrated at all, and to maintain them. Excuse me. And think about the boneyard of technologies that were implemented over the years that required too many resources or specific knowledge to manage and maintain and became obsolete once the one person who knew how to use it left. Going forward, this is not sustainable, especially with all of the emerging technology and lack of staffing. We are not getting the most value out of our technology or receiving the greatest return on investment. We need to overcome the patchwork quilt of technologies to meet the expectations of the public, the offenders, our partner agencies, and our own team. We must instead be able to leverage our existing core technologies together in order to get and provide the most value from them with a platform that we can leverage going forward to evolve with our agency. Next slide. Nevada Department of Corrections is striving to create a single platform for continuity. The corrections industry is going through a period of change in which technology is acting as both a response to changing demands and an innovative stimulus to further change. It affects numerous correctional staff and offenders who receive correctional supervision each year. With our current setup, many of our technologies and applications are outdated and not integrated. We have to search numerous databases, hard files, video files, interview staff and offenders, etc., to obtain information, which is very time-consuming. Many partner agencies, such as Parole and Probation, the Pardons Board, and the Sentencing Commission, rely on Department of Corrections for pertinent data. We could be more effective and more efficient if we weren't spending so much time searching for and putting all the pieces together. Next slide. This single application platform we're calling Overwatch centralizes data and streamlines the way individual applications connect in order to enable collaboration, speed up processes, improve security, and apply advanced analytics. By improving information flow from call to case closure, we reduce the strain on critical personnel and restore focus on offender and staff safety. Overwatch Command Center is built on a unified data platform, securely bringing information together across our operations and applications, from data and video feeds to multimedia records and staff inputs. As a result, our data is put to work so we can collaborate more easily and make more informed decisions through automated event flows, integrated workflows, common user experience, and collaborative communication. It will benefit agency and institutional leadership, internal, external investigations, courts and supervision, parole and probation. Last slide. Last one. This is an example of what Overwatch system would look like. For Department of Corrections, it would be on a larger scale as we would have a command center in the north and one in the south. You can see how all the different technologies are tied together and monitored, including surveillance cameras, facial recognition, license plate recognition, body cameras. This would unify our teams and our technologies and strengthens our decision-making so we can collaborate like never before. That concludes my presentation, and we'll answer any questions.
We appreciate that, thank you. And I think we'll go ahead and keep going through the presentations and then do all of the questions at the end.
Okay. I would like to introduce Dr. Michael Menev, our medical director.
Thank you.
Madam Chair Scheibel and members of the Judiciary Committee, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Michael Menev, and I am the Medical Director for the Nevada Department of Corrections. Slide. The Nevada Department of Corrections Medical Division is committed to providing quality, evidence-based health care using an efficient system of managed care that is professional, humane, and appropriate, and is supportive of the overall mission of the Nevada Department of Corrections. Our medical division provides primary care at each major institution, including medical, dental, hearing, vision, and pharmacy services. Our healthcare providers treat a broad scope of medical conditions mirroring our communities. These medical conditions range from acute illnesses to ongoing care for chronic diseases, preventative health care, women's health, and hospice for end-of-life care. Next slide. Our patient demographic breaks down as follows. 92.3% of our offenders are male, and 7.7% of our offenders are female. The current age of our offenders range from age 16 to 86 years old. Our offenders have access to a variety of health care visits, which include intake assessments, acute and chronic care clinics, vaccination clinics, specialty care clinics, dental clinics, and mental health clinics. Chronic care visits for our offenders with long-term medical conditions are treated by our medical staff, the most common of which are diabetes, hypertension, and asthma. Next slide. I am very proud of the hard work of our medical staff during the COVID-19 pandemic, in which all Nevada Department of Corrections staff were deemed essential and worked to contain the spread of COVID-19 with a focus on preventative measures. Screening protocols put in place based on the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Department of Health and Human Services guidance guided us. We collaborated with the Department of Health and Human Services and the Federal Emergency Management Agency throughout the pandemic. Next slide. As of June 27, 2022, 59.93% of our offenders are vaccinated for COVID-19. Next slide. The Nevada Department of Corrections is deeply committed to improving access to healthcare services for all our offenders. Medical care continued throughout the pandemic despite numerous challenges and despite the loss of 31.5% of our medical staff to attrition during the pandemic. The Nevada Department of Corrections continues to provide medical care to all of our offenders, dispensing 147,097 medication prescriptions in 2021 alone. 6,511 offenders are actively followed by medical staff at this time. The Nevada Department of Corrections Medical Division is committed to prioritizing the health of our offenders. I remain dedicated to providing the best medical care to our offender population, despite the challenges we face each day, because it's about doing the right thing. We are in alignment with you in prioritizing the needs of offenders and their journeys to rehabilitation and reintegration into society. So please join us in our commitment to providing offenders with the highest possible level of medical care. I'm available to answer any questions at this time. Otherwise, I would like to turn this presentation over to Brian E. Williams, Sr., Deputy Director of Programs.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Brian E. Williams, Sr., Deputy Director of Programs. Thank you for the opportunity to share our endeavors of the NDOC Programs Division. I hope during this testimony we are able to demonstrate our proactive approach and efforts in returning offenders back to the community. The Program Division consists of offender management, mental health, substance abuse, reentry, education, recreational therapy, religious services, and law library. As we begin our endeavor to restore a sense of normalcy to the department, the Programs Division continues to work closely with facility administrators in creating program schedules that are conducive to the day-to-day operations. Relaxing the COVID protocols allow an increase in daily operations, including movement, group settings, and community providers' entrance. And we understand that safety and security are optimal. Each department in the Program Division has developed post-COVID schedules that have been implemented and will dovetail with the daily and safe operation of our facilities. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention Prison Industries as an important team member. Although governed by different policies and procedures, the vocational and apprenticeship opportunities offers are critical in preparing offenders with the skills they need to be successful. What is the mission of NDOC? The State of Nevada Department of Corrections Program Division is committed to utilizing evidence-based policies and practices that are gender responsive and culturally competent to ensure the safety of Nevadans by holding offenders in custody accountable for their actions and simultaneously revolutionizing best practices for reintegration into society. While in custody, offenders will receive evidence-based programs which are innovative and challenge their mindset for preparation back into the community. These effective and efficient programs will reduce the economic and social impact of mass incarceration while providing opportunities for offenders in custody to become more productive members of society. We are committed, and let me say that again, we are committed to working in partnership with law enforcement agencies, legislators, courts, businesses, and advocacy groups for offenders in custody in a collaborative effort to enhance community trust, promote safety, and unify our communities while reducing recidivism. Our education department. As you can see, we have numerous school districts throughout the state, as well as colleges that we team up with. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic proved to be deadly and resource depleting for all sectors of society. Especially hard hit were correctional facilities. The pandemic challenged education in all NDOC facilities. Prior to the outbreak, all correctional educational programs throughout the state of Nevada were offered through an in-person instruction. When we closed our facilities to all volunteers and visitors to mitigate the spread of COVID, educational programs came to an abrupt halt, and more profoundly, the inequities of correctional education came to the forefront. In Nevada, we are extremely fortunate due to the incredible passion and unrelenting determination of our school districts and colleges. They came together, stepped up to the plate, thought outside of the box, and proposed alternative deliveries of instructions which will continue to expand in years to come.
So first and foremost, I would like to thank our school districts and colleges. There are 8 correctional school districts and 4 colleges throughout the state of Nevada providing services to the NDOC and offenders, which include Carson City Adult Education, Clark County, Elko County, Humboldt County, Lincoln County, Nye County, Pershing County, White Pine County school districts. And there are 4 colleges: Western Nevada College, Truckee Meadows Community College, Great Basin College, College of Southern Nevada. Some of the educational courses that we offer are listed above, as well as showing some of the enrollments, high school equivalencies, and diplomas that have been awarded, as well as vocational certificates. With the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, our school districts began packet instruction immediately. While this was not the most effective instructional delivery, school districts created an individualized case management system where all instructors came together virtually, identified individual offender educational levels, and the curriculum needed to help them progress. Instructors dropped off individualized packets at facility gatehouses. Officers delivered the packets, and school districts picked up offender packets on a biweekly basis. Once packets were received, instructors reviewed, added notes, made recommendations, and strategized the next steps for each individual. This process continued until offenders were allowed movement, with strict protocols followed, such as social distancing, mask, and sanitation. Even though with all the extraordinary circumstances, our school districts during the 2019 to 2021 school years graduated 139 high school diplomas and high school equivalencies, in addition to 83 industry-recognized vocational certificates. Our colleges, like the school districts, began searching for ways to offer post-secondary via distant remote learning. We were fortunate because our department is on the same Polycom system as the Nevada system of higher education. So for the first time, colleges offered real-time remote instruction through Blue Jeans platform. And once again, due to the incredible determination of our partners, the colleges during the 2019 to 21 school years graduated with 21 AA and AS degrees and 33 college certificates. The pandemic required NDOC school districts and colleges to explore remote learning opportunities. This has proven to be quite an undertaking, as we know with our rural communities' bandwidth, which has continued to pose difficulties. However, due to the incredible determination of our school districts, colleges, and NDOC administration, we will continue to provide remote access through Polycom and hybrid classes. Moreover, we will expand remote learning opportunities, maintaining quality and rigor in all programming, including vocational industry recognized certification before release. So after much research, including working with our legislators in other states and sharing best practices, we anticipate the following remote learning opportunities to be available to our offenders by the end of 2022, going into 2023, including Zoom instruction, hotspots with certain ranges, facility internet computer labs, and Google Classrooms. And I almost forgot, we also have the tablets, which we currently have an RFP, and we're going through the selected vendors right now. So tablets are on the horizon as well. Offender employment training. You there? I can't read my print on it, it's so small. We can't put it on that screen up there. No worries. As of June 2022, reentry has successfully moved to a new location at Three Lakes Valley Correctional Center to expand and develop Regional Community Training Center. The reentry department is continuing to solicit candidates to fill vacant positions throughout the state while fighting the challenges of Smart 21 delays and COVID-19. AB 358 Medicaid is also going well. Reentry have staffed all the Medicaid positions as of this date. Our reentry department is collaboratively working with outside partners to enhance services and bring employment opportunities to the offender population. Some of these community partners consist of Culinary Academy of Las Vegas, Dieter Job Connect, Foundation for Independent Tomorrow, also known as FIT, Behavioral Health Group, Sierra Sage, Recovery Court, Hope for Prisoners, Las Vegas Institute of Welding, National Technical Institute, Freedom House, Crossroads, Workforce Connection, Nevada Works, and Building and Trades. We've also, due to COVID-19, looked at revising NRS 209.417. As a result of the COVID pandemic, it was clear to the Nevada Department of Corrections that increased access to telecommunication devices by offenders was necessary in order to improve the services provided and make a real impact on statewide recidivism reduction. The requested revision to the Nevada Revised Statute 209.417 will enable the Director of the Nevada Department of Corrections to determine, with the approval of the Board of Prison Commissioners, what telecommunication access offenders have. This revision would provide controlled access considerations to telecommunication devices for legal, medical, court, educational, reentry, and other critical transitional services necessary to prepare offenders for their successful return to our community. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Green, and then I will close it out. Dr. Green.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel and the members of this committee. For the record, my name is Dr. David Green. I'm the Mental Health Director for the Nevada Department of Corrections. It is a pleasure to present to this committee the strengths and challenges we face in the Nevada Department of Corrections when it comes to the delivery of mental health services to our offenders. I anticipate that this committee will hear today that mental health services vary depending on the type of, excuse me. I anticipate that this committee will hear today that mental health services vary depending on the type of correctional environment in which offenders find themselves. Detention centers, for example, are faced with acute, untreated mental health individuals, in addition to those who may use substances who may require safe detoxification. When the NDOC receives new offenders, the challenges found in detention centers have typically been addressed. It is our responsibility to recognize those in need of continuity of care, which begins during the intake process. Offenders' medical, mental health, and potential substance abuse needs are identified and referrals are made to the respective disciplines. The Mental Health Department has a primary focus on those individuals who may have psychiatric histories, who may be on current psychotropic medications, share past suicide history, convey current suicidal ideation, may have been a victim or perpetrator of violence, and or who have potential developmental or intellectual disabilities. Turning now to the PowerPoint slides, the services provided by the Mental Health Department can be broken into three primary areas. First, we provide for the clinical services for the offenders. These services include, but are not limited to, suicide prevention, crisis intervention, and brief counseling. We also provide parole and pardon reports, which provide offenders' mental health history when we receive the offender's consent. Perhaps most importantly, we provide risk assessments for those convicted of sex offenses to the parole boards, for the parole board's consideration as required by NRS 213.1214. As you can see, we are actively following 2,035 offenders who have some form of mental health concern. In the first half of 2022, there have been nearly 12,000 contacts with these individuals from the Mental Health Department. Next slide. Those of us who have been in corrections most of our careers are accustomed to dealing with a variety of institutional emergencies. Never had I imagined what it would look like to be impacted by a pandemic. As Director Daniels and Dr. Menev worked with federal and state health authorities To provide safe guidelines for the operations at our facilities, the Mental Health Department was required to adjust our services accordingly. Psychoeducational groups were temporarily paused or canceled depending on the conditions at the time of, given the conditions at any given institution. By November 2020, all groups were terminated because of the heightened risk of COVID-19. Instead, mental health staff toured housing units to visit inmates to ensure that their mental health needs were addressed. In 2020, nearly 15,000 cell-side visits took place. As the pandemic improved, these cell-side visits were not as necessary as housing units could safely reopen. Currently, Mental Health Services is providing all services depending on the staff levels, depending on what staff levels are available. When staff levels are limited, only core services are being provided. Slide. The Mental Health Department is also interested in helping offenders grow and learn new coping strategies prior to their release to the community. In this last slide, you will see the different types of psychoeducational programs offered. Each program is evidence-based and are rooted in cognitive behavior therapy. Gender-responsive programs are provided at our women's prison. Not only do we want to affect change, but we also want to have offenders work to earn merit credits to help them get home successfully to their families. And with that, I will return it to Deputy Director Williams.
Thank you, sir. Again, Brian E. Williams, Sr., Deputy Director of Programs. In closing, we cannot anticipate what 2022 might look like. However, the Department and Programs Division will continue to explore new ideas in an attempt to enhance existing services and provide additional services to the offender population while continuing to utilize evidence-based programs and best practices. We are also very cognitive that we may need to alter our trajectory once again should COVID affect operations. But our department and staff are fully committed to continuing the fight and keeping our staff, offenders, volunteers, and visitors safe as we work towards normalcy. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Chief Whitmire, OMD Administrator, at this time. He's in Carson City as well.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kirk Whitmire. I am the Chief of the Offender Management Division for the Nevada Department of Corrections. Today I'll be presenting the update on the AB 241 credits and some explanation related to credits in general. First slide, please. Well, as we wait for the slide a little bit to catch up. Thanks to the hard work of Assemblywoman Gonzalez in 2021, she was successful in being able to move AB 241 through the process and to the governor's desk to sign into law in June of 2021. The passage of that law allowed the department to award credits in a manner in which at 5 credits a month, maxing out at 60 credits per offender that were incarcerated during the course of the pandemic. At the time, we understood the beginning of the pandemic, and that was March of 2020. Since then, the governor has rescinded the state of emergency in May of 2022, and so for that duration, the offenders were awarded credits in accordance with the law. Of that, 10,244 offenders received the max credits of 60. 5,600 offenders received between 5 and 55 credits, depending on when they came to the Department of Corrections. 15,844 offenders received a maximum amount of 781,470 credits as a result of AB 241. Next slide, please. The pie chart that I have in front of you is a breakdown of how the 10,244 offenders benefited from the application of the 241 credits. 2,985 were released and or paroled. 7 completed their sentences with the Nevada Department of Corrections and were moved to other jurisdictions. 151 were reincarcerated, meaning they went out, parole violated, or a new charge, or were on concurrent sentences and completed the one sentence and moved on to the next. There is 4,630 offenders that will receive future benefits sooner than they would have thanks to the 241 credits. And then 2,469 offenders are serving indeterminate sentences of life without and or death, but were still awarded the credits as required by the law. Next slide, please. To understand credits in general we've heard from members of the committee, we've heard from the community, we've heard from members of our own department and stakeholders that credits can be a very complicated thing to understand. I'm going to attempt to explain some of the various types of credits that are available that were awarded during both during the pandemic and post-pandemic, and try to illustrate the efforts of the department. Flat credit is simply that. For each day an offender serves, a day comes off their sentence. Statutory good time credit, commonly referred to as stat credit, is awarded at 20 days a month. There are only 2 agencies. These are awarded automatically to each offender. The only reason why these credits are taken away is through a formal disciplinary process of a finding of guilt, and through that committee, a prescribed amount by policy can be removed from the offender. The offender also has the ability to go and petition a full classification committee to have those statutory good time credits restored. The only other agency that has authority to affect these credits is that of the parole board. Work credits are earned at the medium custody and above at 10 credits per month and 20 credits per month for minimum custody and below. An offender has to proactively earn these credits. Meritorious credits are awarded in various increments related to meritorious programs. For example, GED, 60 credits. High school diploma, 90 credits. Higher education first degree, 120 credits. Exceptional meritorious service credits are a section of the NRS that allows the director to award credits up to 90 for behavior or actions above and beyond the call to duty. For example, an offender engages in life-saving measures of another offender and that of a staff member. The director has the authority to award that individual exceptional meritorious service credits. Those 5 credits, or its types of credits, are what the department has authority over relative to sentence calculation. Next slide, please. As we take a look at how the department fared as it relates to credits, both 2019 is our base year pre-pandemic, and then through the first quarter of 2022. You can see the numbers in front of you there related to flat, stat, work, merit, and AB 241, and exceptional meritorious service credits. As previously testified, during the pandemic, like our communities, our institutions were impacted. Credits related to education and programming did reduce for the available of accessibility. Work credit and the ability for inmates to work also did reduce. But it's also important to understand that over the course of this 4-year period, our population as a whole reduced. With less inmates in our population, less credits can be earned. As you see in 2020, AB 241 credits begin to engage. In June of 2021, the law required us to retroactively go back and begin to award those credits. We go back to March, and 483,995 credits are awarded. In 2021, 241,015 credits are awarded, and then in the first quarter through May, the declaration of the state of emergency being rescinded by the governor, an additional 56,460 credits were awarded. Exceptional meritorious service credits. Under the authorization of the director evaluating the effectiveness and the positive outcome of the AB 241 credits, the director, although required to have a criteria in which to exercise his authority with these credits, set us in motion to identify a group of individuals that acted above and beyond during the course of the pandemic. We identified 3,700 inmates that did not receive or were found guilty of a major violation between March of 2020 and April of 2022. Those offenders will receive the full 90 exceptional meritorious service credits that will be awarded incrementally. First 3 months will be at 10 credits a month, with the following months at 15 credits a month, being concluded in December of 2022 this year. As of date, to be transparent, this number is the July batch has already been issued and it does not reflect in here, but up until the development of this PowerPoint, 35,820 credits in this category were awarded to those 3,700 inmates, with a projected outcome to equal 333,000 more credits. When we go to the next slide, please. So what does that mean? How does that break down per offender? So if we look at our pre-pandemic year of 2019, the number you see there is the total amount of credits that were earned by offenders. Our population at 12,877, that equates out to 1,992 credits per offender on average were awarded. In 2020, in the beginning parts of the pandemic, you see our population decreased by 1,119, although the credits awarded equated out to 2,068 credits, more than that of the pre-pandemic year. In 2021, our population continued to decrease, and at this point, we are 1,286 inmates less, offenders less in our custody than that of the 2019 year, and the equivalent of 2,050 credits were awarded to the offenders. In 2022, understanding that this is just representation of the first quarter, we have 640 credits that have been awarded thus far. With that projection, understanding that the merit credit associated with high school diplomas and higher education degrees that concluded with the 2022 school year have not been added into that, but we are on track to look at 1,931, or almost equivalent to that, to a pre-pandemic year with almost 2,800 less inmates in our population. Next slide, please. Part of the challenges of credits, we have 5 credits that fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Corrections. Those 5 types of credits are governed by 7 different NRSs. They all are relative to when an individual is convicted. Those NRSs also dictate what types of crime credits can be applied to, what maximum limits can be applied related to the meritorious. Certain meritorious credits, you can only earn a max of 90 in a calendar year. Other meritorious, like the exceptional meritorious service credits, are immune to that cap and can be in addition to. Next slide, please. 3 more following NRSs, with the last NRS being the formalization of AB 241 into law. That going forward, if we ever, God help us if we do, face a pandemic again of this gravity, the law is now codified there in place so we can immediately go to that without having to use the legislative process to be able to offset any negative impact to our offender population because of a pandemic. Next slide, please. Madam Chair and members of the committee, you should have 4 handouts in front of you related to credit history report. Do the members of the committee have that? I just want to make sure before I continue.
We do, thank you.
Okay. So if we can turn to example 1. What you have before you are 4 examples of live ongoing offenders serving current sentences. The only thing that has been altered in this report is the offender's name was redacted and the offender's case number related to their offense has also been redacted. Everything else related to the report as is produced from our database system. If I can draw your attention, this report is used commonly when an offender has a question related to how credits work, some confusion, or maybe a concern that something wasn't applied correctly. They have the ability to go to their unit caseworker. The unit caseworker can pull this report up and sit with the offender and go through line by line and be able to identify any concerns. I want to explain kind of the parts and pieces of this report to the committee for a better understanding of how credit calculation works. If we start at the top of the page, we see the identified sentence date or sentence DT. That is the date in which the offender is sentenced. Right next to that, we see that numeric number of 120 referred to as the jail credits. Jail credits are awarded by the judge through the judgment of conviction to the offender. The department has no authority to alter, change, delete, add related to those credits. Those are awarded by the judge through the judgment of conviction. That will bring us to our retro date. If we take our sentencing date, take our jail credits, now we have our retro date. Our retro date is very important because that's when time begins. That is when sentence calculation moves forward. You see the max term. Usually on these reports, it's either spelled out in years or months, but right next to that, the days owed, you will see that that is an equivalent of the max term. We will come back to that number here because I think it's important in the explanation as we go forward. The proposed parole eligibility date is that next, with a proposed expiration date. By statute, the Nevada Department of Corrections is required to notify the parole board when an offender is approaching their parole eligibility date. That is primarily the reason why we have to project credits forward. Therein lies some of the confusion when we're trying to explain credits. As I go through this report, it is my hope and intention to help clarify some of that to the committee. Go back to our days owed, 4,748 days. If we can, for a moment, look at this as a checkbook or a ledger and view this report through that mindset, I think it will help put in context of what I'm trying to explain. If you go right to the first line of our first type of credit being added, flat. The offender came to us in July 11th of 2017, partway through the month. Flat is a day for day, and therefore 21 days left in the month. Therefore, that credit is applied. If you go directly over to the right-hand side, takes the days owed, subtract the 21 days, you now have that new figure. And with each of these credits, as we move down the page, you will see that right-hand number continue to decrease in accordance with the credit earned. Stat time is earned at 20 a month. That is guaranteed and almost
Sorry, I'm going to allow Senator Harris to ask you a question real quick. Because of the nature of this conversation where we're all looking at the same piece of paper at the same time, I think it's smart to allow people to ask the relevant questions in a timely fashion. Go ahead.
I understand, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm already lost. With line 1, why is there an automatic adjustment of 21 days? I think I understand how we got the retro date. That was the sentence date minus 120.
That is correct.
Can I take a guess? Is that the date, the difference between the date of sentencing and the date that they got to the prison?
So
they were sentenced on November.
Never mind. Yeah, I'm confused too now.
Okay, understood, and I appreciate the question, Madam Chair. So if we look at the retro date is when time now begins, and we start our calculations. The jail credits were applied, and so although the offender was sentenced on November 8th, because they were in jail going through the trial process, the 120 jail credits were applied. And so that brings us to July 11th of 2017. That date, if we go down to the from date, to the first line, is when the sentence begins and when we start calculating credits toward their sentence.
Okay, so am I understanding this correctly, that the flat time is really just time served?
Each day they serve
Like,
a day off their
are they getting credits
sentence.
because they were there?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is Melanie Scheibel. If we were to add up all these numbers of flat time, 21 on line 1, 31 on about line 5, 30 on about line 8, are you saying those would all add up to the 120? Or are these different from the jail credits?
They are different from the jail credits, Madam Chair. They are the days in the month. So if we take July 11th to July 31st, that represents 21 days that were left in July that the offender came to and earned day for day flat time credit off their sentence. We move down to that next line of 31. There are 31 days in August, therefore 31 days deducted. And each of those, as we talk about flat, represent calendar days of the month.
And that's in addition to the jail credits, which are reflected in the very top line under JC.
The jail credit brought the sentencing date to July, so they were applied. So July is when we start.
Oh, okay. Now I understand. Senator Harris has a follow-up, though.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I'm not an accounting major. So I'm going to make a statement. Tell me if I'm correct.
Okay.
Is this the same as simply not applying the jail credits? Because it seems like you apply the jail credits, which moves the date back, and then you essentially put those back by giving the flat dates of service, right? So the 21 days for July and the 31 days for August. Am I right? So you move the date back, but then you account for those days by putting in flat credits?
Senator, I'm trying to digest your question. Give me just a second.
Okay. I guess let me try and restate it while you're digesting. Why not just start at 11/8?
Chief May Whitmar,
Yes.
do you mind if I step in a bit to kind of help you, or not help you, but make it a little more layman's terms?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're welcome. So if you look at the sentence date, 11/8/2017, that's the day the judge said you're going to come to prison. And so while he was waiting to come to prison, he was there 120 days. So when he got to us, we set it at 11/7, but then we subtracted the 120 because he technically had already done that time in jail. So that's why we started at 7/11, because that's technically when he started, because the judge gave him 120 days credit to addition in his sentence because he'd already did that time in jail. Did that kind of help?
So I'm with you all the way up until that point.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I feel like, what I'm confused about is how the jail credits are applied both by retroactively moving the date, and then I also see jail credits applied by literally saying 7/11 to 7/31, we're giving them 21 days. 8/1 to 8/31, we're giving them 31 days.
So
9/1 to 9/30, we're giving them another 30 days. So it seems like you applied it twice. You apply it by moving the date back, and then you apply it literally on the ledger.
Okay, so here's the difference. The jail credits are, like I say, they're a whole number that we don't subtract or take from. The flat days are the day for day. So he or she is in prison. They got to us July 11th to July 31st. That is 21 days, and that's flat. If he never did anything else but was in prison, we're going to give them flat days for the month. So that's subtracted from the 11th when it started. And I misspoke. I said it didn't come from the 2021. I meant from the 120. So it does. I misspoke. I apologize for that. So again, they get day for day. So if they're in prison, and again, they got there in July, we're going to give them 1 day for every day they're there. It's subtracted off the end of the sentence. That's why it's 21. And then it goes to the next flat is 31 because there were 31 days in that month. The next flat goes to 30 days because there were 30 days in that month.
So if I add up all of the flats from 7/11 to 11/8, am I going to get 120?
Yes, you are. I just did it.
Okay. All right. So then I guess I'll go back to my original question. Why do we do it that way?
OMA Whitmore, I'll leave this one to you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Senator, in part, the judgment of conviction is not, the jail credits are under the authority of the judge under NRSs that the Department of Corrections does not have the authority to adjust, tweak, or change. So when the offender comes to us and we start with under NRS 176 that talks about the legal definition of when time starts, that's where we come to that July. So the jail credits, we have no say in one way or the other. The judge dictates that. But we do have competing definition that says when time has to start and when we start applying these credits. That brings us to that July as a Department of Corrections.
Okay. Well, I think part of the reason why we're going through this is to try and see if there is a simpler way either to convey this information or calculate it. I understand that often the NRS is the cause of these issues, but good news is we all have the ability to change the NRS. So if it's definitional issues that we're having or things don't jive and it results in a convoluted process, we want to know about that so that we can attempt to smooth it out. Because as we're all having this discussion here, I understand now, but I know it is impossible for an offender to have this same back and forth discussion to try and understand their credits. So please continue. I'm with you now, but I want us all to keep in mind how we can improve on this to make it all a bit simpler.
Thank you, Senator Harris. And I'm excited to sit down with you or any member of the committee to help resolve the credit explanation. And by going through this today, hopefully I'm starting to pull back the curtain a little to some of the complications that the department faces as it relates to credits. Thank you for your questions. Madam Chair, I'll continue. So as we go down through and we look at stat is awarded at 20 a month, 20 credits a month. If the offender, there's a system of prorating. So in this case, because the offender came in the middle of the month, that equated out to 14 of those 20 stat credits being applied towards their sentence. When the offender has the ability to work, they work, and you will see at the medium custody or above, 10 credits awarded there, or 20 credits at the minimum custody and below level. On page 1, as we go about halfway down to January 30th, you will see that this individual earned 60 merit credits related to an entrepreneurial class, that merit class that he took. If you go directly over to the right-hand side, you see that 60 days immediately applied. 1 credit equals a day, 1 day equals a credit, and that's important to understand. As we go to page 2 of this document, you will see that about halfway down, you can see the rolling of the credits and the continuing on, but this offender completed 3 phases of commitment to change and was awarded a total of 45 days of merit credit, and therefore that's applied directly across on the right-hand side. If I can get members of the committee to move to page 5. This report was generated, like I said, it's a live report, but it was generated on June 23rd in preparation for the hearing today. you can see at the bottom of the page that the font goes from a black font to a blue font. From that point on, the offender physically hasn't earned those credits, but because of our obligation to project forward parole eligibility dates, we have to, in the best interest of the offender, give them the best case scenario that they will earn the max amount of credits that they can possibly earn short of merit. So they get work at the max amount, they will get stat at the max amount, and they will get flat at the max amount. That helps bring us to that parole eligibility date. And so that is how, when we talk about projecting credits forward, at least in the current way that we have to do it, that is the explanation behind it. And as we go all the way to the last page of page 6, you see that that countdown goes all the way to 0. That date that is represented there, if we go up to the proposed expiration date, match. And that's how that ledger rolls going forward. If I can go on to example 2, and I will quickly go through this. This is an aggregated sentence. Aggregated sentence, when you look at the report, it's identical to that of a single sentence in the way that the credits are reported. If we can go to example 3, this one is a little more complicated as it has a parole revocation and the impact of losing stat credits because the parole board has stepped in and removed the parole from the offender. In this case, the offender was granted parole, went out, was violated, was brought back to the parole board. A revocation hearing was conducted. The revocation was found to have merit, and therefore the stat credit was removed. You see that articulated, the stat credit relative to that parole violation and that parole violation only. So you see that articulated all the way through the page there. Meanwhile, however, you see that the offender is still earning stat, the offender is still earning flat, and when employed, the offender still earns work. Let me correct that. I want to make sure I said that. The offender can still earn flat, the offender can still earn work, and the offender can still earn merit. During the duration of the suspension of stat, the offender cannot earn stat. In this particular case on page 2, if you go about halfway down, you see that even though this offender is in the status of the revocation, he is still actively engaged in programs and therefore earning merit credit. In the 3 examples that I have presented to you, if we move to March of 2020, you will see AB 241 credits applied. In this particular case with this offender, because of the parole violation, he begins to receive the AB 241 credits at 5 a month. You see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 entries there. The offender is then granted a new parole. The offender goes out on parole, and temporarily the AB 241 credits are suspended because he is not incarcerated in the Department of Corrections. He is out on parole. This particular offender, back in May of 2021, unfortunately violates and comes back. He comes back, but immediately the AB 241 credits are applied and continued to be applied until the offender reaches their 60 max credits. In addition to that, you will see on there fiscal. Just so I don't leave anybody out there, fiscal is a credit that is under the authority of parole and probation. They have the authority to apply that credit when an offender is out on parole. They report that information back to us, and we log it in as part of the sentence calculation. Like the other example.
I'm sorry, this is Melanie Scheibel. I just wanted to ask a follow-up on this example 3.
Yes, ma'am.
That we were talking about, because I'm a little bit confused. I think you said on page 5, it reflected that this particular individual was granted a second chance at parole.
Correct.
And then violated that parole and came back again. Can you help me understand how you can infer that from what we see on the page? What am I missing?
You're not, Madam Chair, you're missing anything. Unfortunately, in conjunction with the notice offender tracking information that I have, when I see this anomaly of why the credit started, I had my staff randomly pull these 4 samples for me. I gave them basic criteria. I had them pull. When they pulled these samples and brought them to me, then I began to look to make sure that I could explain everything on the page. When I saw that very anomaly, I went into the classification module of this particular offender and noted that the offender went out on parole, so I could explain to the committee that's why the AB 241 credits paused, because in every other case of the offender, consecutive 12 months, the offender was awarded the credits until they got to their max 60. So I didn't want to leave the committee in a position where, well, why did they get 5 here and then there's a break and then all of a sudden it starts up again? I happen to be able to explain that only because I delved in deeper into the offender's history.
And we really appreciate that, because otherwise we probably would have asked you. So thank you for doing that. And thank you for answering my question.
Chair Scheibel?
Yes, that sounds like Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong?
Yes,
Or
voice
no?
is very distinctive. It is me.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So earlier you said that this report could be pulled and someone could sit down with someone who's an offender and explain all of this to them.
That is correct.
So is there a charge for this particular report to be printed? And is there a charge for the time that it takes that someone to explain all of this to an offender?
I appreciate the question, ma'am. No, ma'am, there is not. The caseworker is within their scope and duty. They are the subject matter expert that explains this to the offender. This is part of the regular scope and duty. There is no charge related to the printing of the document as well. If it comes to a point where the offender requests, quite honestly, going forward and understanding some of the confusion, it is not quantified into policy at this point, but my division is working on a unified policy where an offender could request, possibly at a 6-month or annual review, a copy of. There's obviously other components, fiscal being one of them, of what that would create that need to be considered in this, but this is something definitely because under our current system and the way we apply credits, I believe this report, once you understand it, is the simplest way to be able to explain credits to an offender, to a family member, or to anybody that takes the time to learn how this report reads.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad that there's no cost associated, but I think what is patently clear in this discussion is that this is heck of confusing.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you are already short-staffed, and we've heard that ad nauseum here today, I would be concerned as a legislator that there is not the manpower to be able to present this information in a clear and concise manner to either the offender or a family member, so that they know where they are. And I think that speaks to what we're hearing all the time and what we've heard today, which is the communication aspect. If you all don't have staff, and then this information is this difficult to comprehend, and like I'm the least degree person on the entire committee, right? But I think I'm still pretty smart. And it took me like I had to follow along very closely. And you've been able to give us a very clear and concise 20 minutes or so. Multiply that by all the people who want this information, who are incarcerated or their family members. I'm not convinced that it's being explained to them in a way that is satisfactory.
Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I believe when it comes to the offender caseworker level at the unit, that by the time the offender is done with that explanation, he has a better understanding because he can visually see what is going on and how the calculation is going on. I believe you're absolutely correct in that when we go to translate out to the family members, therein lies some of the loss in translation of how this report works and the explanation. One of the things that we're arduously doing and working with our collaborating with the Department of Sense and Policy is to create a explanation out to the public that they could take a general explanation and compare it to whether it's this report or their son or daughter's sentence structure and be able to understand it. And they can take as much time as they need with that. That is something that I believe that they're going to testify to a little bit later. But I am not here to represent that credits are easy in any way, shape, or form. Up until 4 weeks ago, I was as foggy as the committee started out to be before I started explaining related to committees, and have made this my primary responsibility to be able to sit here and testify to and explain to you today.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. As we go on, again, as you come to page 7 of the document, you see where we again go into that projected credits to the benefit of the offender, the max amount they could possibly earn related to that projected parole eligibility or projected expiration. Sample 4, I asked my staff to put together simply because I think it's important that the committee walks away with today to the understanding that through the last couple of years of this pandemic, no different than the communities that and the school districts that your son and daughters, my son and daughter went to, the Department of Correction was impacted equally as so inside the fence. Our dedicated program staff continue to show up and, to the extent possible, administer programs to benefit the inmates, the offenders that were preparing for reentry, that were actively involved in programs of reentry. Those staff, and in this example here, you can see, and as you reference the dates, you can see that not only the AB 241 credits are being applied, but also this individual, if you go down to October of 2020, is earning merit credit, 60, therapeutic community, phase 1. Go to page 2. This offender, therapeutic community, phase 2 in February 2022. This date range, a little bit different than the community, was the height of the pandemic inside the fence. And so offenders, to the extent possible, still had the ability to earn merit, still had the ability to work and earn work, still had the ability to earn stat and earn flat through the course of the pandemic. And I think with the success in the application of AB 241 and its credits, the application of the exceptional meritorious service credits, that the population as a whole, as it relates to credits, were made whole through that process. Next slide, please. Ms. Smith, can we have the next slide, please, if possible?
It's showing on the laptop here. I'm not sure why it's not showing down there.
There we go. Thank you. So the status of our offender population. As you can see across that same year spans, these are 12-month averages of the population that were incarcerated during that time. You can see how the population adjusted or was very little movement related to the various custody levels noted along the right-hand side. The minimum or community trustee, you see that there's a steady decrease to a single digit in 2022. Part of that is what we are now starting to understand are the results of AB 236 and sentencing reform related to property and drug offenses. Also, the application of the AB 241, the minimum custody eligible inmates, are obviously the group that were probably the greatest impacted as it applies to releasing earlier. And so you see that steady decline of that population. It is my understanding and my belief that we will be very stagnant in growth moving forward. Medium custody, you see across the board that it's fairly stagnant in the male population. The closer you get to today's date, when an offender initially comes in and they ultimately at some point will become minimum eligible, they're still doing their medium custody time earning that eligibility. Understanding how our minimum custody population dropped off in April of this year under Director Daniels, we aggressively overhauled our classification criteria, further expanding the ability for an offender to go to minimum custody sooner than previously. That allows them to earn credits, that allows them to work with NDF and other programs as well. Closed custody, you see that we are fairly stagnant across the 4-year period. Closed custody is a compilation of both those offenders that are housed in protective housing or protective custody, administrative segregation, and disciplinary segregation. Also included in that, you will have your condemned men that are part of that closed custody group. Max custody, you will see that there's fairly stagnant due to certain incidents that happened in the department in 2021. A higher level of offenders were moved to max custody for higher security supervision. So you see a small uptick there, but then begin to drop back off in 2022. With that, I will be happy to entertain any further questions. Again, I'm committed to work with any of the committee members. I think we all understand and agree that credits are a very complicated aspect and very critical to the family members of our offenders to understand when their offender is going to be released from prison. And anything we can do to work towards sentencing policy change with the hope that we don't further complicate credits. I am an active partner and here at the committee's disposal, any member of Assembly or Senate. And with that, I will turn if there are no questions, I will move to, I believe, Deputy Director Bill Coinga of Prison Industries.